The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., July 15th, 2022. I hereby appoint the Honorable Johanna Hayes to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
The prayer will be offered by the chaplain, Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Holy, holy, holy Lord, fill the earth with the knowledge of your glory. As the waters cover the sea, the stars inhabit the celestial heavens, the birds fill the air with their song, and the animals who roam the forest with majesty, and the forest and plains with majesty, so may your sovereign presence reign in our lives, in this place, and in our nation. Lift up our eyes to the hills, that we may discover from whence our help does come. You who made heaven and earth, speak your creative word into our discourse, your compassion into our engagements with one another. Lord, you are our keeper. You watch over us so that the harshness of the day will not overtake us, the dark of the night will not overwhelm us. Keep us then from all harm. Guard our comings and goings within your eternal grace plan, that we may live to sing of your praises and accomplish the work you set before us. In your merciful name we pray, and by your grace we live. Amen.
Pursuant to Section 11A of House Resolution 188, the Journal of the Last Day's Proceedings is approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 5 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek recognition to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I rise to recognize a longtime leader in our community, Mark Flegenheimer, as he retires from Michigan Sugar. Mark has been in the sugar industry for 40 years. He first started with Michigan Sugar in 1994 before quickly moving up to become president and CEO in 1998, where he succeeded his father. At one point, the sugar beet industry was on the brink of collapse in Michigan, a fate that many other communities across the country suffered. But through Mark's leadership and his determination of the beet growers and those who work with him, they got through these really difficult times. During Mark's tenure, in fact, Michigan Sugar has doubled its output while using 40% less energy to save costs and to protect the environment. In mid-Michigan, we have thousands of family farms, including sugar beet growers. Every day, they work with and depend on Michigan Sugar, and so we thank Mark for all he's done over the years. Mark's not only a great businessman, but also a really good guy, a great part of our community. He volunteers his time as a member of the Delta College Foundation Board of Directors and as vice chairman of the board at the Midland Center for the Arts. Mark, thank you for your dedication to Mid-Michigan, and congratulations on your retirement.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize the Smith family ahead of their 400th anniversary of arriving to the United States. In 1622, William Smith traveled across the ocean from England and made landfall just north of Plymouth. Mr. Smith, like so many of the original pilgrims, left England in search of a new life as a result of religious persecution. Being Methodist in a mostly Puritan colony meant he and his family were considered strangers and outsiders in their English community. The Smith family actually made their way to Jefferson County, Pennsylvania in 1816, which they have now called home for more than 200 years. Madam Speaker, this weekend, the Smith family will gather in Clarion, Pennsylvania to mark 400 years in the United States in the form of a family reunion. Their uniquely American story deserves to be celebrated, and I want to extend my sincerest congratulations to the Smith family for their longstanding history in the United States. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, we all feel horror, sadness, and anger as we learn more about the horrific shooting in Uvalde, Texas, and the police officers' lack of response. And I wondered, what were they afraid of? One part of the answer is clear: semi-automatic weapons. For the sake of us all, we must pass the assault weapons ban, just as we did in 1994. Let us remember the ban was backed by 3 former presidents: Gerald Ford, Jimmy Carter, Ronald Reagan, and it was supported by police leadership then as it is today. Republicans in 1994 had the courage to stand up to the gun lobby, and yet Republicans in 2022 cannot find such courage. I don't know why. Instead, they blame DAs and mayors and really anyone but themselves, ourselves. We are members of Congress with the power to ban weapons that civilians are using to murder neighbors, strangers, children, and even police officers. No more decapitated children. No more slaughtered shoppers or parade goers. Let us find the courage to act. Tikkun olam, as the Jewish tradition teaches. Let us repair the world. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
He has to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to commend the much-needed pay raise for our military passed yesterday in a bill that provides critical resources to confront the national security threats from China and from Russia. I'd also like to highlight one of my amendments. Simply put, my amendment provides funding to help veterans pursue careers in education as teachers and as school resource officers. The House passage of this amendment is a win for everyone: for veterans who want to pursue a career in education, for schools who need more qualified teachers and resource officers, and for students who will be able to learn from worthy role models about service and sacrifice and patriotism. The Veterans to Classroom program will be an excellent opportunity for veterans to continue to serve our country. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, in the Supreme Court decision to overturn Roe v. Wade, Justice Thomas wrote an alarming concurring opinion explicitly calling for the reconsideration of the constitutional right to contraception. Republican state lawmakers have attempted to restrict birth control for years, and this concurring opinion serves as a rallying call to escalate attacks on access to contraceptives. I will not stand idly by and watch extreme politicians obstruct women's private health care choices and diminish reproductive freedom. Access to birth control is key to achieving gender equality, improving health outcomes for women, bolstering educational and economic opportunities for all, and ensuring people are in control of their family planning. That's why this week I introduced the Right to Contraception Act. My bill would codify the right to access birth control into federal law and put a stop to violations of Americans' right to this essential reproductive health care. I urgently ask my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support my legislation to protect birth control and safeguard women's right to make their decisions about their own bodies and futures. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in recognition of the life of a young man from my alma mater, Artez Benton. A talented baseball player at Young Harris College, Artez tragically lost his life this past month while in Atlanta. Born in Scottsdale, Georgia, Artez was a star on the Druid Hills High School baseball team. He chose to continue his athletic career at Young Harris as an infielder for the Mountain Lions. Artez was wise beyond his years, hardworking, and was working to become a certified electrician with dreams of owning his own home. He would begin his days at 4 o'clock in the morning studying for his apprenticeship. And despite his busy and long days, Artez was sure to make time to help his father with his landscaping company and to teach his young nephew the sport he loved so dearly. This tragedy has rocked the young Harris community and has stolen a bright future from a young man and his family. My heart aches for the Benton family, and my prayers reside with them in this terribly difficult time. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, 1973, Roe is decided. From that day forward, Republicans have been desperate to overturn it. 21 days ago, a right-wing majority on the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade. Make no mistake, these right-wing extremists are not pro-life, but pro-controlling the bodies of women, girls, and anyone who can become pregnant. Abortion is now illegal in 16 states, and anti-abortion legislators are following suit, threatening to make abortion inaccessible for roughly 33 million women across America. And they're not done. Republicans have been clear they will not stop until abortion is banned nationwide. Later today, the House will pass an updated version of the Women's Health Protection Act, which would establish a federal statutory right to abortion. The Senate must follow suit and abolish the filibuster, and we must secure pro-choice majorities in the House and Senate. Our lives depend upon it.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House 1 minute and revise its standing remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, the Biden administration's open border policies are wreaking havoc across our nation, causing crime to spike, even in my home district in Northern California. Hidden under the cover of our magnificent forested wildlands, Mexican cartels are using, through the porous open border process, our federal lands to grow illegal marijuana crops. Even though cannabis products are legal under California law, truly they're still illegal under federal law. These illegal grows are dangerous and cause irreversible harm to the landscape and animals. These grows are guarded by dangerous cartel members as illegal weapons that they smuggle across the border. This puts local residents, foresters, and outdoor recreationalists at grave risk should they accidentally come across or near a grow. Why my home Butte County of Northern California is designated now a federal high-intensity drug trafficking area. Thanks a lot. These illegal farmers of these crops use toxic pesticides that are outlawed by the U.S., unavailable to American growers anymore. These chemicals run off into nearby water sources, poisoning animals and killing off plant life.
Gentleman's time has expired.
They cut off water from other farmers and rivers and cause much damage to the environment. This drug
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition?
I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I rise in outrage at the cruel attacks extreme Republicans have launched on women and their rights. Because of these MAGA Republicans, our daughters will have less freedom than their mothers for the first time in American history. This has been their plan all along. As this graphic behind me shows, women have been fighting Republican attacks for decades, and it's been a tough fight. But House Democrats won't give up. We cannot go back. We won't give up because we trust women. Today, we will pass 2 bills to protect women, their rights, and their freedoms. The Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act and the Women's Health Protection Act for the second time. Democrats are the party that stand with women. Without them, we cannot be a better America. We always have and will always be with women. We trust women. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, consumer prices climbed another 1.3% last month, bringing the nation's total annual rate of inflation to 9.1%. The cost of making goods shot up too. The Producer Price Index hit a whopping 11.3%. It's costing Tennesseans and American families an extra $5,000 a year. And there seems to be a growing consensus that we're heading toward a recession. I continue to believe that it didn't have to be this way. The Fed wouldn't have to raise interest rates had President Biden and congressional Democrats resisted the urge to borrow and spend trillions and trillions of dollars we did not have and couldn't afford to spend. What is their solution for getting us out of this mess? Even more spending. But only increasing domestic production of our natural energy resources can get us back on track. President Biden appears to prefer the destruction of our country's fossil fuel energy industry rather than using it to bring the price of gasoline and diesel back down. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The House will resume proceedings on postponed questions at a later time. For what purpose does the gentleman from Oregon seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8351, the Formula Act.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8351, a bill to amend the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States to suspend temporarily rates of duty on imports of certain infant formula products and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, and the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, each will control 20 minutes. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from Oregon.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous materials on the bill under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
The news about supply chain disruptions have filled the news, but none is more compelling and urgent for communities across America than facing challenges due to infant formula shortage. This is an urgent issue for our families. Between supply chain issues due to the pandemic, the closure of a Michigan infant formula plant, out-of-stock rates have reached perilous levels. This out-of-stock rate was 31% in mid-April and rose to 90% in 10 states by the end of May. In my state, in Oregon, we faced an out-of-stock rate higher than 85%. And while these numbers alone tell a horrific story, there's no number that can capture the fear and frustration felt by families who are searching for formula to serve their babies. As a parent and grandparent, I can assure you that there's nothing as anxiety and anger-inducing as not being able to properly care for your child. I've heard stories of families going store to store or posting on social media asking for help as they find the formula their family needs. Families have enough to worry about without worrying about how to feed their baby. The federal government must provide the support needed to help these children and families and explore every possible option. This administration and Congress has made significant progress by invoking the Defense Production Act, increasing the flexibility for the WIP program, and easing restrictions on import to fill supply chain shortages. And while the FDA has exercised enforcement discretion to increase imports, imported infant formula remains subject to high tariffs. These tariffs, which increase the costs of the formula imports by an estimated 27%, can only exaggerate the suffering families face at this time. It's unacceptable that families would be taxed on a product that they need and have no other way of getting in the midst of this crisis. Our Ways and Means Trade Subcommittee is committing to leveraging our jurisdiction to reduce these costs. I especially appreciate my colleague Suzanne Dubeny for her partnership and leadership on this legislation. She was integral to this effort, and we wouldn't be here today without her. The Formula Act reaffirms Congress' constitutional authority to regulate commerce for foreign nations by temporarily suspending tariffs on imported infant formula through the end of this year. This change should help make formula more affordable and accessible for families in every state. I'm grateful for the support of Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, Ranking Member Smith, who's managing the bill for the Republicans, and the Ways and Means Committee in bringing this bipartisan legislation to the floor today. I urge my colleague to support the legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8351, the Formula Act. I appreciate Mr. Blumenauer and his willingness to work with me on this bipartisan effort to address our nation's infant formula shortage. The Formula Act makes infant formula more accessible and affordable by allowing it to be imported duty-free through the end of the year. Make no mistake, mothers and families should never have to experience the extreme despair of worrying whether shelves will be stocked with the formula they need for their infants. As a father of two, including a one-year-old, I think I can speak for many others across America that nothing is more important than the health and well-being of our children. And yet, the Biden administration knew of the looming infant formula shortage for months and yet failed to develop a strategy or adequately respond. While we wait for domestic production to fully resume, families should not have to pay additional taxes on imported formula to feed their little ones. I will continue to work with my colleagues on the Ways and Means Committee as well as the full House to use trade tools to strengthen critical supply chains like infant formula. Thank you. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to recognize a committee member and a leader on this issue, Susan Delbene, for such time as she may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to address the ongoing baby formula crisis and urge my colleagues to support the Formula Act. I raised 2 kids, and I know the first months of parenthood are tiring and stressful, even in the best of situations. Now, families across the country are in a dire position as they try to find formula that they need to feed their babies. Around the country, 74% of formula shelves are empty. And in my home state of Washington, we are one of 10 states where over 90% of shelves are empty. Severely stretched supply chains and a major formula plant going offline have left shelves barren. Unreliable formula supply is a critical problem for families. Parents are driving hours to multiple different stores just to find any formula. And that's time that parents don't have. Changing formulas constantly is also disruptive to babies. It can cause digestive problems and excessive crying. In fact, Jessie, a mom in my district, has been struggling to find formula for her infant daughter, Amara. She is not one to ask for help, but when she was running low on her last can, Jessie joined a local social media group where other parents would post when they saw formula on shelves. And she downloaded an app that would notify her when more cans were available. Jessie was able to find formula, but she realizes that she is one of the lucky parents who had the means, the time, and the network to support Amara. By removing tariffs on foreign formula that meets FDA's safety standards, the Formula Act will make it easier and more affordable for parents to feed their babies so fewer are finding themselves in this difficult situation. This is a common sense solution, so let's make it happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oregon reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman and a member of the Ways and Means Committee, Dr. Murphy from North Carolina.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 8351, the Formula Act. I'd like to thank my friend from Nebraska, Mr. Adrian Smith, Mr. Blumenauer, for their leadership on this bill. With families facing record high inflation, with record high food and gas prices, the last thing that parents need to worry about is able to find formula, much less even being able then to afford it. H.R. 8351 ensures that families are not covering the costs of additional taxes on formula imported into the United States, and I'm pleased with the relief that this bill will provide. But unfortunately, as has been the mantra of this administration, this crisis exemplifies just another self-inflicted wound that has been the point of this Biden administration. The administration knew about the impending shortage and failed to act to avert the crisis. The incompetence of this administration then has real-world effects. We are talking about something that is basic sustenance for infants in this country. They need this, and this bill will help bring affordability to parents for their children. I want to thank again my colleagues and encourage their support of this legislation. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to a senior member of the Ways and Means Committee, Congressman Kildee.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this legislation to lower prices for families I represent in mid-Michigan. And I want to thank Chairman Blumenauer for his leadership on this really important issue. Production of infant formula in this country isn't working properly. It's not getting to the shelves, and it's denying families what they need at the most important time in the development of the life of a child. After product recalls, corporate consolidations, and obviously pandemic-related supply chain issues, this is a real struggle for American families. As a parent, raising 3 kids myself with my wife, I empathize with those anxious parents out there who are struggling to find formula for their newborn children. And that's why Congress has to act to increase imports of formula until domestic production can get back to the point where we can supply our domestic needs with our own production capacity. However, as has been said, some formula imports are still subject to really high tariffs, up to 27%, and there's no reason at this moment that American families who are struggling should have to pay that additional costs. They shouldn't have to pay more for something that is absolutely necessary for their children. And so that's why we introduced this legislation, supported by Republicans and Democrats, to suspend these formula import tariffs for the rest of the year and to lower costs for families with children. I really do urge my colleagues, all of us, to join. This is something we ought to be able to do together, to immediately reduce prices for families who have needs, for families with small children, to make sure that until we can get our domestic production back online, we can supply what we need at a cost that's affordable to those families that are simply trying to take care of their kids. That's our obligation. That's why we swore the oath to come here and do this work. We have the tools in our hand to get this done. I urge my colleagues to join us in this effort. And thank you, Chairman Blumenauer, again, for your leadership on this. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves.
Madam Speaker, I'm prepared to recognize Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee if you have no others.
I reserve.
Okay.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
I would recognize Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee for 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I ask to address the House and revise and extend. Let me thank the gentleman, Mr. Blumenauer, for his leadership and his co-sponsor from Nebraska for their leadership. 90% of the stores in Houston were without formula, baby formula. Texas was one of the hardest hit states. One of the most potent, powerful, and sad days was when I was able to find baby formula from a disaster organization, and in my district, in those early days, had a baby formula giveaway. Volunteers were looking to make sure that we were not giving out expired date formula, and all I can say is the lines of cars and the women who stopped to get out the car to simply hug us, the strollers that came up. Baby formula is a lifeline. This legislation breaks the crisis of the supply chain and provides a regulatory scheme that ensures that we can have production. The disappointing aspect of all of this is the shutdown of the baby manufacturing, the center point of manufacturing, if you will, and many were not notified. But this legislation says that we are committed as members of the United States Congress to modify safety requirements to the extent that no formula is jeopardized, but to the extent that the lifeline of babies is our first priority. I am grateful for this legislation because the shelves in Houston are gradually, and Texas coming back. They're not there yet. Just a few weeks ago, we had one of the large cargo ships land in Bush Intercontinental Airport. The gratification of families was unspeakable, could not be mentioned. But this cannot ever happen again. And it is important for Congress to be advanced and prepared to assure that babies who are innocent and without ability to speak are taken care of. Thank you, Mr. Blumenauer, for this kind of leadership. Thank God relief is on the way. I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I appreciate the dialogue that we've been having here today. I think it's important, as my colleague just mentioned, that we work together to make sure this doesn't happen again. I think we need to look across the federal agencies to make sure that these very powerful agencies that have the power to shut down an industry, perhaps, that they have to plan ahead for what happens if that occurs, and that people don't suffer as a result. And when we hear the statistics that 90% of stores didn't have something, that means they had none, not just more expensive product that we see across the economy. It's hard to believe that the inflation rate is announced at 9.1% when it sure seems like things are a lot more expensive than just 9.1% more than last year. The fact of the matter is, let's work together to prevent this formula situation from ever happening again. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oregon is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the partnership with my good friend, Mr. Smith. We're able to move this expeditiously. And I do appreciate his observation that there are challenges that we meet, and we would hope that our government and the various agencies that are involved are able to respond quickly. That, of course, is something that we need to empower them to do, these partnerships. And sometimes there's a little tension about the role and nature of government agencies. But this is an example, admittedly, where we want to get ahead of the curve, and the powers that agencies have can be used constructively. I'm pleased that our committee, for example, sprang into action dealing with the Ukrainian invasion by Russia to suspend tariff advantages for Russia. And we moved that forward quickly on a bipartisan basis. And particularly in this case, we have 26 members of the Ways and Means Committee who are co-sponsoring this legislation, and it was able to move quickly. And unlike what often happens with things that we pass in the House that linger in the Senate, it looks like the Senate is poised to be able to act quickly in response to our action here today. So I hope we come together. I hope we have a unanimous vote that would suspend this 27% additional cost on families struggling to meet the needs of their children. I hope that we can continue to look at areas where we need to refine tools to make sure that things like these don't happen again, and we work together to try and hit the right balance. But in the meantime, I think we've hit the right balance with this legislation. I appreciate the partnership, and I look forward to its passage today, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Nebraska is recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, I'm finished, and I would yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill, H.R. 8351? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask a recorded vote.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. There were no nays. Why couldn't we just have it? We just have the A's. Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1224, I call up H.R. 8296 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 8296, a bill to protect a person's ability to determine whether to continue or end a pregnancy and to protect a healthcare provider's ability to provide abortion services.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided among and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Energy and Commerce or their respective designees. The gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pallone, and the gentlewoman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New Jersey.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and add extraneous material on H.R. 8296, the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 8296, the Women's Health Protection Act. This bill is necessary now more than ever, following the Republican-controlled Supreme Court's extreme decision ripping away a woman's right to abortion. The court's ideological decision ignored nearly 50 years of precedent and is the culmination of decades of unrelenting efforts by Republican politicians to control women and their bodies. The consequences of last month's decision have been swift and severe. Already, abortion bans are in effect in 9 states, and more than a dozen more are expected to either ban or severely limit abortion soon. As a result, women are being forced to travel long distances to states where abortion remains lawful, or for those who lack logistical or financial support to travel, continue pregnancies against their wishes. There have been devastating stories of patients being denied care and doctors hesitating to provide life-saving healthcare services out of fear of criminalization. States have enacted dangerous laws banning abortion without any exceptions, inciting citizens to track and report women in need of an abortion, and criminalizing providers or those assisting someone obtaining care. These laws turn back the clock on the health, well-being, and equality of women across the nation. And Republicans have made it clear, this is just the beginning. Congressional Republicans are already pushing a nationwide abortion ban that would criminalize abortion in all 50 states. And that's why this House is acting today on the Women's Health Protection Act to restore the right to abortion nationwide. This legislation ensures that no matter where you live, you have a right to comprehensive health care that is free from unnecessary restrictions that are only intended to impede access. So, Madam Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation to protect the right to abortion and ensure that all Americans are entitled to make their own health care decisions. And I reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, to protect the helpless, most powerless, most innocent among us, I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 8296, the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. This is not about codifying Roe v. Wade. Why? Because it nationalizes abortion for all 9 months of pregnancy. All 9 months. This would make America as radical as China and North Korea. The Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act would legalize discriminatory abortion based upon sex, race, and disability, including Down syndrome. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion. It would weaken the conscience protections to force pro-life doctors to perform abortions and end a life. This is especially frightening for pregnancy centers, faith-based providers, and medical professionals who are using amazing medical achievements in treating both mothers and their babies in the wombs as patients. We are doing prenatal heart surgery today in the United States of America. The Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act has nothing to do with protecting the health of women. It has everything to do with forcing an extreme agenda on the American people. Rather than prey on women's vulnerabilities and fears and nationalize abortion for all 9 months, we should be coming together to support women and their families at every stage of pregnancy and beyond. Every mother matters. 76% of women seeking abortion say that they would choose life if their circumstances were different. The focus should be on how to change their circumstances, help them access the care and the support that they need, and improve their lives. Presenting abortion up until birth as a woman's only option is a false choice. There are nearly 3,000 pregnancy centers in all 50 states. They outnumber Planned Parenthood by more than 2,000 facilities. These pregnancy centers, which are right now under violent attack by pro-abortion groups, provide medical care, resources, education, and mentoring to women. They must be protected, not undermined and threatened by an extreme abortion agenda. The Supreme Court has affirmed the American people's rights to speak through their elected officials and enact laws that protect unborn children. The question upon us today is, how are we going to respond? How is this body going to respond to the greatest human rights issue of our generation? Ladies and gentlemen, that's the question. This is the human rights issue of our generation. Do not close your ears. Do not close your eyes. Do not close your heart. Is it by dehumanizing life and promoting a culture that destroys the weakest among us? Is that how we're going to do it? Or is it by making abortion unthinkable, leading a new era where every person's God-given, unalienable human rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness for all, the way we will define ourselves? Let's come together. Let's protect the human rights of the unborn. We cannot deny life to the most disadvantaged and marginalized among us. They have no voice to defend themselves. Madam Speaker, abortion for all 9 months is not the will of the American people.
I urge opposition to H.R. 8296, the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act, because all lives are worth living. I yield, or I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now 2 minutes to the sponsor of this legislation, Ms. Chu from California.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
I rise today in strong support of my bill, the Women's Health Protection Act, or WIPA. WIPA is the bill that will protect the right to access abortion after the tragic fall of Roe versus Wade. It ensures in federal law the right to abortion care for every woman in every state and ensures states may not erode that right. You will hear Republicans say our bill goes too far, but that's simply not true. Our bill preserves the protections of Roe that we've lived with for 50 years, affirmed through decades of subsequent court decisions. WIPA prohibits the bans and restrictions that violate the spirit of Roe, from outright bans to laws forcing women to undergo invasive ultrasounds, unnecessary waiting periods, or forcing doctors to give patients medically inaccurate information. You will hear Republicans repeat over and over again that Democrats are voting for abortion up until the moment of birth. Actually, for 50 years, the court had the provision of an exception for late-term abortion in Roe to preserve the life or health of the mother. It's because they valued the life of the mother. Do Republicans actually believe the mother's life is expendable? Apparently so. What you will not hear is Republicans say that the vast majority of Americans do not want Roe to be overturned. You will not hear an apology to the 10-year-old who was raped and had to travel to Indiana for an abortion because it was prohibited in her home state. You will not hear an acknowledgement that women are capable for deciding for themselves whether to terminate a pregnancy. This bill respects our right to make our own decisions about our bodies. It's time to put control of our bodies back in our hands. Now is the time to pass the Women's Health Protection Act.
The woman's time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
The gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel, is recognized for 1.5 minutes. We'll go to the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Exovar, for 1.5 minutes as well.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, it's been 22 days since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, taking away women's ability to make choices about their own future, setting us back nearly 50 years. But even that's not enough for Republicans. In the last 24 hours alone, we've gotten a glimpse into the dark future Republicans have in store for women, doctors, and vulnerable children. Indiana Attorney General says he's investigating the doctor who treated a 10-year-old rape victim. Texas sues the Biden administration for requiring abortions in medical emergencies so that women's lives could be saved. And the National Right to Life official who said the 10-year-old should have had her baby. Yes, according to Republicans, even a little girl impregnated by a brutal rape should be denied an abortion and have to endure government-mandated birth. Remember, this is the same party that has voted against paid family and medical leave for parents of that baby, child care for babies, universal pre-K for babies, the child tax credit, which helps babies, school lunch programs that help babies, common sense gun violence prevention members that keep those babies safe in school, and much more. The Republicans' war on women has never been more dangerous. Today, we will vote on the Women's Health Protection Act to ensure that women across this country have access to abortion and the freedom to make their own decisions about their bodies and their futures. America, Democrats have your back. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to a dynamic example of life and her own testimony. The gentlelady from Florida, Kat Kamek. 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record some articles that I feel relevant to this debate.
Without objection.
Thank you. I rise today to fight for life and in strong opposition to H.R. 8296, the Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. You know, I never thought that I would have to stand here on the House floor and debate the fact that killing someone for their gender, their sex, their race, but here we are. We're debating a bill that is being pushed by my colleagues on the other side that would legalize abortions based on a baby's sex, race, or potential disability. Yeah, I'm going to say that again because I think that is perhaps the most outrageous, horrific, regressive, sexist, and racist part of this legislation. This bill allows for abortions up until the day of natural delivery because the child maybe isn't the right sex or the right race according to the mother, who is a woman, by the way. And we need to stop this lie that suddenly abortion is health care. It is not. And I have heard repeatedly my colleagues talk about this 10-year-old girl who was brutally raped. This is a heartbreaking situation, yet not a single peep about the man who did this, an illegal who crossed our border, who never should have been in our country in the first place, who committed this crime. Not one peep. In our country, we are based really, quite frankly, on a simple notion that we are of equal opportunity, not equal outcome. Abortion, that is equal outcome. We know the outcome. So all I am asking today is that my colleagues think a little bit critically about what they're doing and what they're saying, the message that they are sending, that they believe in equal outcome, not opportunity, because they are, quite frankly, denying the right for every single one of these children the opportunity to live. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, my. Here we go again, or should I say to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, lie, lie, lie. The United States Supreme Court has dismantled access to legal abortion, giving the very, very personal decision concerning a person's reproductive health, their life, and future to strange politicians. Now Republicans across the country and in Congress are moving full steam ahead towards their dark and extreme goal of a nationwide abortion ban that'll throw doctors into jail, force children to bear children, lead to tragic deaths and life-changing hardships for people in our country. And that's why I rise in support of the Women's Health Protection Act that'll facilitate access to legal abortion care regardless of a person's zip code. And let me warn everyone that the Republican agenda includes even more drastic intrusions into our personal lives. Banning legal abortion is just the start. We will fight back. And I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield now to Chairwoman of our O&I subcommittee, the gentlewoman from Colorado, Ms. DeGette, for 1.5 minutes.
1.5.
The horror of a 10-year-old girl.
Just a minute. The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I believe he yielded me 1.5 minutes.
1.5.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank you. The horror of a 10-year-old girl, the victim of rape, re-victimized, when her parents were forced to take her out of state because of Ohio's abortion law. A woman who was having a miscarriage, whose doctor refused to give her the medical procedure she needed because of fear of being prosecuted. A woman trying to get long-acting birth control, whose pharmacist refused to prescribe the necessary medication for the procedure. And the chaos in the wake of the terrible Dobbs decision is only going to get worse from here. The Supreme Court and the Republican Party have declared a war on Americans' health care rights. Every single American has the right and the freedom to make the health care decisions that they need, including abortion. We passed this bill last September. We passed it in September after the first decision in the Supreme Court. We're going to pass this bill today in the U.S. House of Representatives, and we're going to pass this bill which codifies Roe versus Wade every time we need to protect Americans' rights to health care and to protect everybody's equality. I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't know of any state laws that prevent birth control. Miscarriages are obviously a tragedy. The question before us today is on the legislation that would allow for abortion up until birth, 9 months. It's not the will of the American people. It's the agenda, the extreme agenda of those that are promoting abortion. I'm yielding at this time 3 minutes. Oh, 1 minute. 1 minute. Okay, 1 minute to the gentleman leader on the Health Subcommittee, Brett Guthrie.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to the Abortion on Demand until Birth Act. The Supreme Court ruled each individual state can decide the rights for the unborn. This bill would override state laws to nationalize abortion for any reason at any stage of pregnancy up until birth. This does not merely ban pre-viability restrictions on abortion, as supporters say that it does, because this bill allows the person doing the abortion to decide what qualifies as pre-viability, and this is unacceptable. The majority of Americans do not support abortions with no limits. In fact, 80% of Americans say abortion should be illegal in the third trimester. This is a radical bill. I urge a no vote, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield now a minute and a half to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Tonko, who chairs our Environment Subcommittee.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I rise in resounding support of the Women's Health Protection Act. This bill will restore a fundamental constitutional right that has been simply stripped away by a rogue right-wing Supreme Court. While my Republican colleagues celebrate this injustice and cook up plans for a nationwide abortion ban, Americans across the country are already feeling the devastating effects of the decision to overturn Roe v. Wade. Stories of a 10-year-old child having to travel to neighboring states to receive care, or women bleeding from ectopic pregnancies, have shocked the world, as red states, many with some of the highest maternal mortality rates in the country, have rolled back abortion access. Neither the courts, nor states, nor politicians should have the say in women's ability to make their own decisions about their health, their well-being, and their future that rests with their loved ones, their doctor, and their God. If we claim to love freedom, to be a free and just society, we must ensure that this basic human right is finally enshrined into law. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to a health provider saving lives every day, a champion for life, Buddy Carter from Georgia.
I thank the
gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the lady for yielding. Madam Chair, I would ask unanimous consent to enter this article into the record.
Without objection.
Madam Chair, I rise today to oppose the unconscionable Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act. This bill creates a national standard to allow for abortions of unborn children for any reason at any stage of pregnancy and up until birth. As a father and a grandfather of 6 precious grandchildren, I'm sickened by the attempt to allow abortion on demand until birth. Now, Madam Speaker, I want to speak for just a second about something that was brought up, Madam Speaker, by one of my colleagues across the aisle, about pharmacists dispensing prescriptions for abortion. Also, Madam Speaker, if you could do me a favor and get a message to the President who's trying to sign an executive order to force pharmacists to fill prescriptions against their will for abortion, let me assure you, you can pass all the legislation you want, you can sign every executive order that you want to sign, but if you think you're going to force a pharmacist to go against their moral obligation to take care of patients, to take care of babies, and dispense a prescription that's going to be used for abortion, good luck with that, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves.
I
The
reserve.
gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half now to the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Clark, a member of our committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute, 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to stand against the vile war on reproductive rights of the women in America. Just under 50 years ago, Roe v. Wade established that every woman holds autonomy over her own body and her reproductive choices. To reject this critical ruling a half a century later, at a time when America's maternal health care standards are so disgracefully abysmal, particularly for Black and brown women, is as hateful as it is cruel. We will not stand for this blatant and brazen attempt to control women. We will not stand for yet another assault that diminishes women by taking away their autonomy of their bodies. We will not stand by and watch extremists erase us from our constitutional protections. No, we will not stand for it. Today, I and my Democratic colleagues will pass the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022 and the Ensuring Women's Right to the Reproductive Freedom Act of 2022. And I urge our senators to find the compassion, courage, and their humanity for the women of America by doing the same. Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would ask, what about the marginalized Black and Hispanic babies that are more likely to be aborted? Abortion has had a disproportionate impact on minorities and individuals with disabilities. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Now a minute and a half to the gentleman from California, Mr. Cardenas, also a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the Women's Health Protection Act and lend my voice to the chorus of calls across the country for urgent action on abortion rights. When I first heard the news of the Dobbs decision, I felt as if I were thrown into another country, a country without our Constitution. How is it that such a fundamental right to our autonomy over one's body, over one's life, over one's future, can be stripped away so callously? We're talking about far-right justices telling women that they cannot get the care that they need, telling doctors that they cannot treat their patients to the best of their ability. Yes, these 5 justices with no medical expertise stole the fundamental freedom of controlling the health of one's own body and opened the floodgates to criminalize doctors for doing their job. Make no mistake, this is a stain on our healthcare system and a flat-out assault on health equity, and it is a self-inflicted wound. This ruling will leave women, especially women of color, and low-income women, including white women, in the lurch. So in the absence of any respect or compassion for reproductive health in this country, we as a body must show our leadership. It is incumbent upon us, elected officials, to ensure that the basic right is restored and finally written into law. The Women's Health Protection Act would do such that. It would restore 50 years of precedent, and the right is a deeply invasive wrong. History has its eyes on us. I urge my colleagues to vote yes, and I yield back.
Time has expired. The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield 2 minutes to another healthcare provider, Dr. Marionette Miller-Meeks, who's worked hard to improve the lives of many throughout her career.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague, the Honorable Representative Rogers, for yielding me time. I rise today in opposition of 8296. The Supreme Court recently took the important and correct step to return the power to regulate abortion back to state legislators and voters within the individual states while recognizing the sanctity of life. This concept is so novel and repugnant to the Democrats that they would put forward a radical and extreme abortion bill that would permit abortion even up until birth for any reason. Only 7 countries, including China and North Korea, are this extreme. As a doctor, I am knowledgeable that mid to late term abortion is a barbaric procedure which can include dismemberment of the baby and crushing of the skull. Far more cruel than many of the laws of states that define prisoner abuse of convicted felons and what constitutes animal cruelty. A procedure done when the mother is given anesthesia, but the baby can feel pain, even though you cannot hear it scream. When it can respond to music and respond to touch or the voice of its mother. We wouldn't allow animals to be treated this cruelty. And Democrats think that this elevates women and is compassionate. I would like to also ask to be entered into the record this article from the Charlotte Lozier Institute.
Without objection.
I ask all my colleagues on every seat in every aisle of this chamber to vote against this extreme and radical and cruel abortion bill, H.R. 8296. Thank you. I yield back my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Craig, a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Exactly 3 weeks ago, 5 justices on an activist, extremist Supreme Court handed down a decision that upended nearly 50 years of precedent and rolled back fundamental rights for millions of Americans. In the weeks since, I have watched in horror as state after state has triggered laws that now forbid a woman or a girl from accessing an abortion, even in the case of rape and incest. These events have been shocking to Americans, not only for millions of women across this country, but for the country as a whole. You call yourselves conservative. We're talking about 50 years of precedent in our nation, because no government has a place interfering in the decisions between a woman and her doctor, criminalizing abortion, or restricting women's health care options. This is not a controversial position to the American people. A strong majority of my constituents believe that the right to an abortion should be protected by law. This is a freedom and a privacy issue. And the government, not politicians in this room, not politicians in any state in our nation, should have any part in this conversation at all. This is a very personal decision between a woman, her family, her doctor, and her faith. I encourage all of my colleagues to join me in voting yes to protect Roe today. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to Dr. Schreier from Washington State, also a member of the Energy and Commerce Committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll tell you, my constituents are up in arms. They are emailing and they are calling my office outraged that the freedoms that they have had for 50 years are being stripped away from women in half the states in this country. They are furious when they hear about victims of rape not being able to end a pregnancy, when they see a 10-year-old girl who has to flee to a neighboring state so she won't be forced to carry a pregnancy to term, a 10-year-old. This is barbaric.
And my constituents are worried about what might come next in our home state of Washington. I am the only pro-choice woman doctor in all of Congress. In fact, a pediatrician. And I have been in the exam room with teens facing unplanned pregnancies and with mothers who find out that the pregnancy they are so excited about is not a viable one. These are deeply personal circumstances, and frankly, when and whether and under what circumstances to become a mother is the single most important decision a woman will ever make. And that must be hers to make. The government has no place in the exam room. Today, I'm voting to make sure that every woman, no matter where she lives, can access abortion, to plan their pregnancies, protect their health, and chart the course of their lives. And I want my constituents to know that I will fight every day to protect their rights. Thank you. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from New Jersey who spent his life defending the voiceless. Gentleman from New Jersey, Chris Smith.
My good friend,
The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes.
Ranking member for her eloquent defense of the unborn child and their mothers, because there are 2 co-victims in every abortion, mother and baby, and I thank her for her leadership. It's extraordinary. Madam Speaker, according to the January 2022 Marist poll, only 17% of Americans believe that, quote, abortion should be available to a woman anytime she wants one during her entire pregnancy. And when Americans were asked in late June 28th to 29th, in a Harvard-Harris poll, a nationwide poll supervised by Mark Penn, and many of us know him. He's a very, very, very effective pollster. And the question was put, do you think your state should allow abortions up to 9 months? Only 10% said yes. H.R. 8296 will legally authorize and enable the violent death of unborn baby girls and boys by dismemberment, beheading, forced expulsion from the womb, deadly poisons, or other methods at any time and for any reason until birth. Don't believe it? Read Section 4 of the bill. Couldn't be clearer. This bill is far outside the American mainstream and goes far beyond Roe versus Wade. And matter of fact, when the Harvard-Harris poll asked whether or not we should be doing what we're doing today in terms of Congress, they found, and I was a little bit astonished by this, that less than a third voters say that abortion law should be federally set by a congressional vote, 31%. They believe the states ought to be doing it. Let me ask you, point out to my colleagues, because mention was made of this, abortion is not health care. Unless one construes the precious life of an unborn child to be analogous to a tumor, to be excised, or a disease to be vanquished. This legislation constitutes an existential threat to unborn children. Since Roe versus Wade, approximately 63.5 million babies have been killed by dismemberment, chemical poisoning, and beheading, a number that equates with the entire population of everyone living in the country of Italy. If enacted, this bill would nullify almost every pro-life restriction ever enacted by the states, including parental involvement laws in 37 states and pain-capable unborn child protection laws in 19 states. I remember when a woman from Virginia who formed the group called Mothers Against Minors Abortion, she found out about her daughter's abortion when she was hemorrhaging in her bed. She came and testified before the committee and said, please, we need to know. Parental notification laws do work. Sadly, these will be nullified by this bill. For decades, abortion advocates have gone through extraordinary lengths to ignore, trivialize, or cover up the battered baby victim. But today, thanks to ultrasound, unborn babies are more visible than ever before. Today, science informs us that birth is an event, albeit an important one, but only an event in the life of a child. It's a continuum, life is. I ask my colleagues to oppose this bill. The youngest patients need protection.
I reserve. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, member of our committee.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the Women's Health Protection Act and to speak for the generation of women who have lost their freedom to make health care decisions for themselves. The government has no place inserting itself into people's personal health care decisions. I never expected to be on the floor of the House talking about miscarriage, ectopic pregnancy, or fertility treatments, but here we are. For many, pregnancy is not an easy path. 1 in 8 pregnancies end in miscarriage, and 1 in 50 women experience ectopic pregnancies, an outcome that always leads to pregnancy loss and poses serious risk of life to the mother. For countless others, getting pregnant requires costly, exhausting, and complex procedures such as IVF. Regardless of the circumstances, reproductive health is private. Pregnancy can be unpredictable. The government has no place deciding what care patients can receive and doctors can administer. Like all health care, decisions surrounding reproductive health should be between a patient and their doctor. As an adoption attorney, I worked with hundreds of birth mothers making the most personal, consequential decisions of their lives, and not one of those women looked to the government to make that decision for them. I support the Women's Health Protection Act, and I urge my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, can I inquire how much time remains on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 13 minutes. The gentlewoman from Washington has 16 minutes.
Thank you. I would yield now a minute and a half to the chairwoman of our Health Subcommittee, Ms. Escher from California.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Speaker, I rise in the strongest support possible of the Women's Health Protection Act. In February of 2020, I held the first legislative hearing in 2 decades to protect access to reproductive health. Since then, we've seen the steady rollback of abortion rights in Republican-controlled states. This means that low-income women and minorities have been living in a post-Roe reality for years now. Now, the Supreme Court has fully revoked the constitutional right to an abortion, leaving states to outlaw and criminalize abortion if they choose to. This devastating decision has created a patchwork of states with differing laws and restrictions, causing societal chaos and confusion across our country. It's a hunt down of women. It's a hunt down of women. The Women's Health Protection Act makes sure that every American has equal access to reproductive health care, no matter where they live. I'm eager to vote for this legislation once again, and I call on my Senate counterparts to codify these vital protections into law. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, and another medical provider, Dr. John Joyce.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. I rise today in opposition to this legislation that would legalize abortion on demand up until the moment of birth. As a physician, I first swore in an oath to do no harm. As legislators, we cannot in good conscience vote to pass legislation that would claim the lives of unborn children in late-term abortions. This poorly written legislation would put our nation alongside countries like China and North Korea by allowing discriminatory abortions based on sex, based on race, even based on disability. This is unacceptable, and it's gut-wrenching that Congress would even consider passing such legislation. This Abortion on Demand Act would override pro-life laws passed in our states and prohibit state-level elected officials from passing legislation to protect unborn children in our communities. It is time for all members of Congress to vote against this poorly written bill. May I have 30 more seconds?
Yes. I yield the gentleman 30 additional seconds.
The gentleman is recognized.
It is time for all members of Congress to vote against this poorly written bill. I urge a no vote. Madam Chair, I ask you to enter the text of 2 articles into the record.
Without objection.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from California, who is co-chair of the pro-choice caucus.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding and for your work and for bringing this bill to the floor. And a moment to thank our good friend, a great leader, Congresswoman Judy Chu, for her persistent leadership. Once again, Chairman Pallone, for bringing this to the floor once again. Last month's Supreme Court devastating. I remember the days before Roe, and now that the court has ended Roe, we are truly in a health emergency. Abortion bans affect everyone, but they're barriers to care, who already have these barriers presented. Women of color, working to make ends meet. Rural people, young people, for exercise. That is wrong. It's morally wrong. And health and about their futures. Liberty away. This is just another step in the erosion. Critical than now that we pass legislation to protect the right to access, ensure that abortions and comprehensive reproductive health care are available.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized. Is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now a minute and a half to the gentlewoman.
The gentleman is recognized for a minute, 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Roe became, for my entire adult life, the right to abortion care, to privacy, and the freedom and health care decisions was guaranteed in all 50 states. It sickens me is not the case. My granddaughters and all women and girls have been stripped of human rights, relegated to Republicans have fixed the Supreme Court with a few judges seated by an and they now behave not as constitutional lawyers, turning Roe and sending a woman's reproductive freedom to state politicians largely. These justices have decided their faith should determine everyone else's Constitution. This is a call to the chamber, to this chamber, to the Senate, to restore, expand, and protect rights. We must pass laws that combat this. That's why we're here yet again, with legislation to codify the right to abortion. Last September, the House passed the Women's Health Protection Act, and the Senate sat on its hands. Today, we must pass it again. Session with Representative Chu and many others as we pass until we protect and expand rights.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
I thank you and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute and 30 seconds to the gentleman from Indiana, Dr. Larry Bouchon, who understands what amazing technology is doing to save lives.
The gentleman is recognized for 1:30.
Thank you for your yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in opposition of 8296. First, I'd like to say as a physician, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle need to focus on what their bill really does. Stop talking about ectopic pregnancies, which are a surgical emergency, fetal demise, where for unknown reasons the fetus has passed away, and miscarriages, which clearly also in many cases are surgical emergencies and are tragic. That's not what this bill is about. I have heard claims the bill only codifies provisions of the now overturned Roe v. Wade decision. That's simply not true. H.R. 8296 would create a national standard to allow abortions at any time up until birth. As a practicing heart surgeon for 15 years prior to coming to Congress, I operated on children in the neonatal intensive care unit as young as 23 weeks gestation. And even at 650 grams, or 1.4 pounds, and about 6 inches long, I saw life in my tiny patients' little bodies. This Abortion on Demand Until Birth Act bill doesn't only allow abortions at any point in a pregnancy, it would also preempt and repeal state laws that require informed consent, ultrasounds, or other testing and counseling before undertaking an elective abortion. The American people deserve to know the facts about what's really in this bill. I find it troubling the supporters of this bill, most of whom have never taken care of a patient, continue to mislead about what constitutes
Gentleman's
health
time
care.
has expired.
Thank you. I yield back.
The gentleman from
I have to the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer.
The gentleman is recognized for 1:30.
The pain stripped of their rights and being thrust decision, and doctors consult with lawyers on operating treatment of the 10-year-old child, a victim of media aspect of the doctor who provided her care being subjected. We know this history. These appalling stories reinforce the fact that denying care has circumstances far beyond what the slogans that have been bandied around. I to make progress path forward. This legislation does that. We owe it to progress, access to this government intrusion into the most sensitive. Our rage, and I yield back.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington.
Thank you, Madam. Defender of life. Gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I say that sincerely. My heart breaks. Colleagues on the other side of the aisle who disregard the fact that we're talking about life, about the need for the same babies we're talking about. We've heard our speaker many times today. It breaks my heart to think that my colleague before life is hard to think that we don't hold the men accountable. It breaks my heart that we would say this is a human right to take life. The Declaration of Independence brought us into being with unalienable liberty. We're better than this. We've had 50 years. Think about we applauded life. Madam Speaker, and for individuals capable of, for the place on earth today, board nursery. Is a bill of death.
Time
Do
has
what
expired.
we must.
Yeah,
The gentlewoman reserved is recognized for a minute.
In this critically important area as well. That is significantly important. Great country. Assault right of a radical right, but this legislation and how her own reproductive care decisions. A woman, not an extremist, trying to intervene. And where are the stakes? That's why this legislation is so important.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, of happiness for all. Great champion out of Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn.
The gentleman is
Oklahoma took immediate action to protect the lives of the unborn. This shouldn't be. Around the world do not allow abortions up to the moment of birth, as it's being care for pregnant women. I urge every member of this chain, no, you back.
woman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to thank the gentleman again for his extraordinary understanding the right to abortion care is fundamentally wrong. Abortion is, and people will still need to access it. That's why I'm Dobbs decision state by state women. The state of Texas is suing the government to come in to carry, wants to force rape victims, even 10-year-old girls, to carry pregnancy. State governments, and we've got to make productive.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time is?
The 30 seconds. The gentleman from New Jersey has 4 minutes, 30 seconds.
2 minutes. Life. Dr. Mike Burgess.
And, you know, as we hold this debate, I remember back to that, our major chairman, Jack Pritchard, addressing us and telling us the unique position. Time we took a case as either as a primary doctor or consultant, in care of 2 patients, expectancy of over 100 years. He said nowhere else be able to can as an OB-GYN and your pregnancies. Did it before, you'll continue to do it. It's a surgical emergency. Hesitate to do that then or now, a child could issue from that care. But none of them care at another facility refuge in my emergency room problems from the abortionist. I didn't hesitate to do that, and will continue. Now yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves minute 30 seconds.
I rise today in strong support of the Women's Health Protection, own reproductive health. Supreme Court's Dobbs opinion overturning abortion, bear a child or have an abortion was where it belongs, with the person who thought medical care could consequences. Colleagues, make no mistake. Overturning Roe will right to abortion families and individuals who are already struggling at conception. That's a belief. It's not science. And others do not share it to get an abortion. But you are forcing your beliefs on others, and that is wrong. We need to restore a person back where it belongs for the Women's Health Protection Act. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
To another defender of life from Virginia, Mr. Ben Klein.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Hold these truths to be self-evident, that all are equal, and that they're life. Abortion use to end the life of an innocent human being. The government has 73. That is a tragedy and simply unacceptable. And I stand here for the sake of our nation. So let's follow the science. Humans are in fact human. The left has decided that accorded human rights depending on their location, level of dependency, or size. This nation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman
reserved because we have compared to
reserves. The gentlewoman.
Please yield a minute to defender of life from Texas.
The gentleman is recognized for one.
I think the gentlelady from Washington, and Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to today. I'm voting 2 bills that go far beyond Roe v. Wade, which is hypes as the Constitution clearly says elective abortions up to and including a baby's due date, an extreme position. Legalizing abortion based on the for child traffickers to cover up their crimes by forcing victims to receive those who might encourage delaying an abortion, including parents or health care providers. Parents. Since the overturns have spread misinformation and fear surrounding the decision, presenting the killing of, and I encourage all of my colleagues to vote against these.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is
Madam Speaker, I yield.
Dr. Freedom is a constitutional right. I rise today, a 10-year-old rape victim who was denied an abortion and had to run. Stand criminalized. I stand in the name of incest victims. I stand for the Constitution and the 9th right of women with their faith leaders, their family, make their own decision about Health Protection Act because it prohibits a telling abortion form or that they would perform medically unnecessary procedures like permitted by this particular to ensure that they would comply with credentialing or other conditions offer medically comparable services. I stand in order for the Women's Health Protection Act to come. It prevails. I stand because the Supreme Court justices who swore that they believe represent to those that they would adhere here to start decisive, and
Has expired.
bounty hunters are seeking to criminalize and arrest persons.
Gentlewoman's
I
time has
stand for a-
expired. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves Washington.
Arizona Committee, Debbie Lesko. 2 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
HR 8296, because Republicans care about women and babies. Attempting to push abortion on-demand agenda, which is beyond actions on demand for any 80% of Americans be illegal to end the life of the preborn baby are truly reprehensible. Numerous pro-life laws that state Supreme Court overturned Roe versus Wade by a man, a mother and grandmother. I can tell you, and they are lives worth defending. I find it ironic that the party that tells that conception, signs of a heartbeat, can be detected after just 20 days in the womb. Passing this legislation would be a stain. Truly the most vulnerable, defenseless amongst us. We were defend a person's baby.
Has expired. The gentlewoman's time has expired.
So I'm going to continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman for
Life from the great Michelle Fishbach. 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
8 for life today. And Madam Speaker, HR 8296, that the left wants to ensure limitless taxpayer-funded abortion. This report of stunning that Congress is wasting its time on legislation. What we should be focusing on is lives of babies. For that, I rise to consider HR 6 Survivors Act. Across the country, providers are we are who have already been born, talking about babies who cannot protect. The Act is compassionate legislation. Does attempted abortions same standard of care that any newborn should and health of these children, and then immediately and admit them medical care to these babies. Bar criminal prosecution of the mother. A lot of difficult the unborn, but I am truly shocked and heartbroken who have already been. Speaker, we can and we should every effort vote you will ever support babies being denied life-saving health care after they are born. I ask unanimous text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on.
This gentleman, the gentleman from New Jersey.
If the gentlewoman.
As to how much time is remaining?
The gentleman has a minute 30. The gentlelady is recognized.
Sharpest, strongly held beliefs and stories. Both sides are guilty of dismissing one another. For those of us in fear and despair, discord and insecurity, today though is extreme. It is for any reason at any stage of pregnancy until birth. It's American technology. It's technology that allows us now to see the baby develop day by day is just amazing. And don't perform a prenatal surgery. It wasn't possible in 1973. But look how far science has evolved. It doesn't modern medicine. Madam Speaker, reject this legislation. I yield back.
That's extreme and dangerous. Comprehensive health care must include access to abortion and the ability to access care regardless of where they live can make their own decisions about their lives and by criminalizing abortion. Our fight to restore abortion
For debate has expired. Pursuant to 1224, the previous question is ordered on the bill. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes.
Determine whether the healthcare provider's ability to provide abortion services.
Madam Speaker, I have a motion.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mrs. Fishbach of Minnesota, moving on energy and commerce.
2B of Rule 19. The previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit.
The nays.
Pursuant to Section 3 of House Resolution 8, postpone. Purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, pursuant to immediate consideration.
H.R. 8297. A bill to prohibit the interference of state abortion.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the amendment printed in part considered as adopted and shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chairman from Washington, Ms. Rogers, will each control 30 minutes.
Have 5 letters extend the remarks and add extraneous material. Strong support of H.R. 8297, the unit to and overturn a woman's constitutional right to abortion. It also gave license laws criminalized health care and created an environment for health states. Republican politicians and anti-abortion extremists are also actively crossing abortion. They also want to deputize private citizens down anyone the right to travel freely. And this legislation will put those states on terms the right to travel across state lines to obtain a lawful abortion. Residents, anyone when crossing state lines to obtain a lawful abortion. Madam Speaker, acting under state law from restricting or impeding access to medical. Madam Speaker, while we need the Women's Health Protection Act to become law, some of the acting now to prevent women from making their own health care decisions. This legislation, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam. Just like the Democrats' abortion on demand until birth act, this abortion is a false choice between taking care of a woman and taking care of a baby. And our 76% of women seeking an abortion say that they would promoting ways to support financial stability, changing their circumstances, and are spreading fear and misinformation. This is a blatant only. It is already unconstitutional to prevent. The pro-life movement does not support criminalizing and punishing women, period. To save, do not prevent women from getting care they need in cases of regarding this legislation access to abortion It's vague parent consent and eliminates medical superchemical abortion event, an unrelated a minor out of state for an abortion without parent consent, abuse, sexual abuse, and neglect, because they could be, it also undermines parent rights by the federal government and for wanting, for example, the parents lose power to protect their teenager from being coerced by an old. The Ensuring Access to Abortion Act undermines the health and safety of women. The practice of medicine, it states that have determined it is doctors to complications. Finally, these same provisions give 50 doctors in states like California, where there's no parent drugs to children country. This is extreme. Again, I ask no restrictions. Fear, pain, and dehumanization of the most vulnerable. Let's come together around human in this country. The born era of hope and healing in our country. Of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Ms. Fletcher.
The judge for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since been severely limited, and since last month, it has been eliminated. And Louisiana banned abortion. They are now traveling even further, and in other states across the country are threatening to take away things like what we just heard in response to this bill. Just last, a group of law firms and each of its partners with criminal felony travel for abortion care. And it's not just Texas. Lawmakers in Missouri have already considered to introduce. Not only do these fail complex circumstances of pregnancy that we have just, and the responsibility to protect people from these unconstitutional efforts to prevent, to obtain a legal abortion, and those Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. I thank the Chairman, Speaker, my cruel efforts to deprive my fellow Texans and our fellow American in this body to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
The judge elected from the great state of Texas, first member.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to address my strong opposition, top priority in this House and in every corner of this land. There are those that think, even to the last month of the Valley, Texas 34. Let's be clear what their states from preventing ills, and it gives human states protecting life shouldn't be political. I urge my colleagues.
Reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to
Chairman of our committee for his leadership. It is aptly named Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. I've listened to hearing. I think the people of this country need to know that before we get to the reproductive freedoms, that the Republicans are opposed to contraception. That's a fact around here. Now, because of what the Supreme Court has unleashed with the decision, the Dobbs decision, we have a patchwork of states with different laws. Some states provide full health care for women, others don't. Now, those living, as the author of this legislation stated, in Texas, they're fleeing Texas to go to other states. But those states want to stop women from traveling. That's what this is about. Stop women from traveling. What are they going to do? Put their highway patrol on the border to interview people to find out where they're going and why? This is extreme in terms of what these states want to do. So today, the House, in its votes today, makes it crystal clear to those states that they cannot take this freedom away. This bill establishes protections for women who travel for care and for healthcare professionals who provide that care. I urge my colleagues to support it.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just to clarify, not a single legislature or Congress is debating making contraception illegal. Contraception
gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
I yield now 2 minutes to a member of our committee, the gentlewoman from Delaware, Miss Lisa Rochester.
For how long, sir?
2 minutes.
Okay, the gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. In the wake of the overturning of Roe v. Wade, this legislation is necessary to ensure that those in states that have restricted abortion care can travel across state lines to seek the care they need and not be criminalized for doing so. I'm proud that women in my home state of Delaware still have access to abortion care and that we can serve as a safe haven for those from other states. But the reality for far too many people across the country is that they live in states where access to reproductive care has been so severely restricted that it's unavailable. And while the bills we're voting on today are necessary, we must also confront the realities of what overturning Roe means. Now, my middle name is Blunt, so let me be clear about who's going to be hit the hardest. Poor women, young women, women in rural areas, and
New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 3 minutes to a strong defender of the right to life, the lady from Tennessee, Diana Harshberger. The gentleman is recognized for 3 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to share my concern for the extraordinary lengths that my colleagues across the aisle will go in order to rip away a chance at life for unborn children. H.R. 8297, the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act, is a deceptive ploy to circumvent the authority of states to set their own laws about abortion procedures. Or more plainly, the procedures that violate an unborn child's life. On June 24th, the nation received historical news that the highest court in the land, that Roe v. Wade had been overturned. This decision was an answer to nearly 50 years of prayer and a decision that rights a wrong that was committed in the very same court almost half a century ago. This Supreme Court ruling verified that our Constitution gives no protections for abortion procedures. Abortion was never a constitutional right, and that has been the big lie to millions of women for the past 50 years. It was determined that this decision should not be mandated by Washington, but chosen by the people through their state legislatures. The Ensuring Access to Abortion Act is not only a blatant attempt to undermine state sovereignty, it dangerous consequences. For one, the bill would restrict enforcement of state laws that require physicians to be present when chemical abortions are administered. This supervision is a safety measure to ensure that a patient does not have an ectopic pregnancy, which could lead to fatal consequences. The primary pillar of the pro-life movement is that all life is precious. We must consider the health implications of women who receive an abortion or partial procedure across state lines and return to their home state in need of dire medical attention. Women who have abortion procedures face a myriad of increased risks that could occur later on. Sterilization, miscarriage, and tubal pregnancies are not uncommon. Now, are we to assume that the responsibility for treatment of these subsequent health risks falls on the state whose laws were circumvented? Because that is what would ultimately happen. And as a woman in Congress, I urge my colleagues to look at how this legislation puts at risk minors and women in vulnerable positions. The language in this bill is so vague that it makes no consideration for abusers, those abusers that transport minors across state lines to receive abortions after their abuse. We can't afford to be vague and allow blanket protection for anyone assisting in an abortion. We cannot be that naive, especially when these procedures have life and death consequences. To be clear, not a single state has banned interstate travel for women seeking abortion. This bill isn't about protecting women from the state. It's about dramatically restricting states from protecting their citizens and forcing pro-life states to absorb the burden of safety complications that follow the superseding of the protective measures. I encourage my colleagues to think about the damaging consequences of... Has that been 3 minutes?
The gentlewoman's time's expired.
Madam Speaker, I yield the lady an additional minute.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
I encourage my colleagues to think about the damaging consequences of taking power from the states. Not only does it set a dangerous precedent of federal overreach and taking power from the people, it also has terrifying health implications for expecting mothers, at-risk youth, and the protection of bad actors. I will always be a steadfast defender of an unborn child's right to live, and I will never back down from a fight to protect women and those unborn children. We cannot put both at risk with this damaging legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves?
I reserve.
Okay. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky, who chairs our Consumer Protection Subcommittee.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 2 minutes.
So I lived the days before abortion was safe and legal in the United States of America, and I remember the desperation of women, some of them my friends, some of whom had to make really dangerous decisions about how they were going to be able to exercise control over their own bodies and make this most personal decision on their own. Some women died because they sought these dangerous methods on their own to end a pregnancy. And so let's be clear. Roe v. Wade wasn't the beginning of women having abortions. Oh, no. It was the end of women dying from abortions. Abortion is health care. And when Roe v. Wade finally became the law of the land, women were able finally to control their own bodies. This bill is about freedom. And one of the most precious freedoms that we have is the freedom to travel from state to state in the United States of America. What happens to the woman who is happily pregnant, who may be going to visit her family in Illinois, where, thank God, abortion is still legal? Are you going to check her out? Is she going to have to prove somehow that she's not going for an abortion? How are you going to force this without going into all the personal history of people who are traveling, women traveling across state lines? This is enough. In the United States of America, the right to travel is sacred. It is protected under the Commerce Clause, and we will not go back. Women will not go back. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield 3 minutes to our whip, strong defender of the right to life, Steve Scalise from Louisiana.
The gentleman's recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, I want to thank the gentlelady, the ranking member of the Energy and Commerce Committee, Ms. McMorris Rodgers, for leading on this issue. Because, Madam Speaker, I rise in strong opposition to this radical movement by our colleagues on the left to go way further than Roe under the guise of codifying Roe, to push some of the most extreme packages of pro-abortion legislation that we've seen. And where would this push us if they got their way? Under this package of bills, that the House is taking up today, the United States would end up among just a handful of countries, including China and North Korea, in radical abortion on demand up until birth policy. Now, there's been a lot of misinformation presented since the Supreme Court made their decision, a decision that I applaud because, Madam Speaker, it's a decision that finally said Roe was a flawed decision, and in fact, elected leaders should be the ones debating this. How much can we debate how to protect life? States have been having this debate. Roe didn't end the debate. It started a movement for almost 50 years, the March for Life, when you see young people, tens and hundreds of thousands coming up to Washington, just praying and marching for the opportunity to protect life. And now those states and Congress can have that debate about how much more we can do to protect life. In fact, we brought an amendment because whether it was before the Dobbs decision or even today, a state like New York has such a radical law that a baby can be born alive outside the womb and they can murder that baby and call it abortion. That's still legal today in states like New York. It should not be. It's murder. If a baby is born alive outside the womb, how in America can that baby be murdered under the guise of abortion? And yet that's what's allowed. We had the motion to recommit we brought forward. We'll have a vote on that shortly to say that that barbaric act can no longer happen in America, the Born Alive Act. Everybody should vote for that. People pro-choice have said they think it's radical that a baby can be born alive outside the womb and still be murdered under the name of abortion. We'll have the opportunity to right that wrong today on the House floor. I hope everybody votes for it. Unfortunately, so far we haven't gotten any support from Democrat colleagues. So I will end with this, Madam Speaker. Our founding fathers empowered us with 3 inalienable rights: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The first among those is life. Let's do all we can to protect life, not have this radical, extreme agenda pushed forward today. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes now to Dr. Schreier, the gentlewoman from Washington.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Speaker. This new post-Roe reality that we're living with is still sinking in for most of us. But if you are a woman who is pregnant now and needs to end that pregnancy, and you are in one of the states that has outlawed abortion, every day is filled with panic and horror and trying to figure out how to get the care you need. This is a crisis. And now politicians in some of those states are threatening to criminalize travel to another state for abortion care and to criminalize doctors and anyone else who might help, for example, with transportation. This is outrageous. Such extreme laws are nothing less than an attack on women, on our autonomy, on our freedom, on our health, and on our privacy. These are backwards positions. They are extreme and draconian. You know, the decision to have an abortion is one for a woman to make in consultation with her doctor. No one else, definitely not politicians. And as a doctor, I have been in the room with women making the extremely difficult and personal decision about whether to end a pregnancy. And politics has no place there. I've been in the room with a woman with an ectopic pregnancy for whom abortion is the standard of care. So let's be clear. State laws that criminalize abortion and also criminalize travel across state lines for abortion put doctors in an impossible situation and put women at risk. As a doctor, I took the Hippocratic Oath to first do no harm. And I want you to think for a moment about the harm of a delayed or more complicated abortion, or that ectopic pregnancy, or the harm of having a rape victim carry a pregnancy to term, or the rates of maternal mortality in this country. So make no mistake, these bans are draconian. Banning travel is extreme and controlling and dangerous. Women will die because a bunch of politicians decided that they should be in charge of women's bodies. This is reprehensible. I will keep doing everything I can to protect women's access to abortion no matter where they live, and I implore my House and Senate colleagues to pass these bills. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. continuing our fight for human rights for all. Gentleman from Florida, 1 minute, Greg Stubbe.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me address the complete misrepresentations of fact that we have been hearing from Democrats since Roe has been overturned. There never has been a constitutional right to end the life of an innocent unborn child. Never. It doesn't exist in the Constitution, and Congress has never passed a law allowing for the murder of the unborn. In fact, the opposite exists. In the 5th and 14th Amendment to the Constitution, there is a constitutional right for any person to not be deprived of life, liberty, or property. Certainly an unborn child is a person. What else could it be? Therefore, that person shall not be deprived of life pursuant to the Constitution, period. And finally, the U.S. Supreme Court got it right and made it clear that, and I quote, the Constitution does not confer a right to abortion. Over 63 million children have been murdered since Roe was decided. That's not freedom, that's genocide. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now to 1 minute to the Speaker of the House, the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Pelosi.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I thank him for his extraordinary leadership on this subject, not only as we face the court decision, but over time. Over time, his chairmanship of the Energy and Commerce Committee in terms of health in general, women's health in particular, reproductive health, as we gather today. Thank you, Mr. Pallone. And I thank members of the committee, and I thank the authors of this legislation as I proceed. I rise on this momentous day as our pro-choice, pro-women Democratic majority proudly takes further action to defend the fundamental right of freedom, of health freedom. As extreme Republicans continue their assault on reproductive rights, our Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act will ensure that that fundamental right to travel and obtain needed health care remains in the hands of the American people. And our Women's Health Protection Act will once again make the protections of Roe v. Wade the law of the land. Let us salute the patriotic and persistent leadership not only of our distinguished chairman, Mr. Pallone, but Congresswoman Lizzie Fletcher and Congresswoman Marilyn Strickland, who are leading the charge on the Right to Travel bill, working with Jamie Raskin, who member of the Judiciary Committee, who's been a part of this. Congresswoman Judy Chu, who will have now twice secured House passage of the Women's Health Protection Act. Pro-Choice Caucus co-chairs Diana DeGette and Barbara Lee, and Energy and Commerce Chairman, again, Frank Pallone. 3 weeks ago, the Republican Party finally achieved its dark, dangerous, long-held goal to rip away a woman's freedom over her most fundamental decisions about her body, her health, her life. Since the Republican-captured Supreme Court eviscerated Roe v. Wade, at least 9 Republican-controlled states have already banned abortion. More have enacted draconian restrictions so that exercising this fundamental right is practically impossible. In doing so, these extreme measures have forced countless women to seek reproductive care in nearby states. But now, Republican lawmakers across the country are advancing proposals to block women from crossing state lines to get the care they need and punish those, in their words, who aid and abet them. Is this the United States of America, where Republicans in these states can say to women, you cannot cross state lines for your own good health? This has been especially devastating for women who do not have the means to access care, often women of color and women from low-income communities. This reality is sickening. It is despicable, and it demands action. With our Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act, we will prevent Republicans from punishing women for exercising their right to travel and receive the health care they need. And it will protect health care providers who deliver reproductive services and all those who help women make the journey to receive those services. This means no criminal charges, no lawsuits, no fees or fines, no threats of retaliation. Importantly, this legislation also reaffirms the right to travel a freedom we often take for granted, but is fundamental to liberty and privacy. Republicans supposedly once stood for these values, but today they're seeking to restrict where you can go and who you can see, and to stand between you, your family, your doctor, your God, in making intimate health decisions. This is not only anti-women, it is anti-American. And the House Democrats are fighting back. Madam Speaker, today our majority will also pass the Women's Health Protection Act, which protects the right to an abortion found in Roe v. Wade, ensuring the federal right of health care providers to provide reproductive care and the federal right for patients to receive that care. By passing this legislation, we will preempt and prevent state-level bans and restrictions put forth by extremist anti-women state legislators. We'll ensure that all Americans enjoy the same fundamental rights to reproductive care, regardless of background or zip code. And we offer hope to the American people who treasure our freedoms and who are overwhelmingly with us in our mission to defend them. What do Republicans have in store next? You can't travel to buy a book. You can't travel to see a concert or a play if they doesn't meet their, shall we say, I don't even use the word standards. They're what? Today, we must pass this legislation for a second time. We first passed this bill last September after Texas severely restricted the ability of women to access reproductive care with SB 8, outrageous bounty hunter bill, a bounty hunter bill. And we do so again today in the wake of the outrageous Supreme Court ruling that erased the vital protections of Roe v. Wade. The court's disgraceful decision has already unleashed catastrophe. Women denied care after experiencing the heartbreak of miscarriage. Survivors of sexual assault facing the possibility of forced birth. Doctors under threat of persecution for offering reproductive services. Many of these situations are well known and are publicized. They're in the public domain. But there are many more than are just in the public domain. Make no mistake, by eviscerating the protections of Roe was only the opening act of the cruel Republican crusade to criminalize women. In recent days, we've heard again of the tragic story of a young girl who was a survivor of sexual assault and had to travel to a neighboring state to receive reproductive health care she needed. But now, the state attorney general, a Republican who served here in the House, is now investigating the doctor who legally provided her services. She's 10 years old. A move intended to intimidate healthcare providers and produce a chilling effect on access to reproductive care. But the Republican agenda is not just a threat to families in red states. House Republicans overwhelmingly oppose our legislation, makes clear that they do not want anyone to access reproductive care anywhere. Indeed, their endgame is barbaric ban on abortion in all 50 states. And as the Associate Justice Clarence Thomas said, they've only just begun in terms of their restrictions, in terms of contraception and the rest. And they will not stop there, as I said. These extremes are even threatening to criminalize birth control, in vitro fertilization, and post-miscarriage care. Democrats will never stop fighting back against this extreme assault because we know that every woman, everywhere, has the basic right to reproductive health care. But right now, the rights of women and every American are on the line, Madam Speaker. House Democrats are ferociously defending freedom with these two important bills, and we need two more Democratic pro-choice senators so that we can eliminate the filibuster and make this legislation the law of the land. Again, Madam Speaker, as a radical Republican Party seeks to wind back the clock of 50 years of hard-fought progress, I'm reminded of an extemporaneous debate in which I participated as a high school student. A young woman, a friend of mine, drew a question from a bowl on a slip of paper that read, "Do women think?" Today, it seems that some wish to debate that same question. The extreme Republican assault on women's rights harkens back to this darker time. Do women think? Indeed, because of Donald Trump, Mitch McConnell, and the radical right-wing Republican Party, their supermajority in the Supreme Court, right now American women have less freedom than their mothers. By passing this legislation, the Democratic House is standing on the side of freedom for women and for every American. The young lady who drew the insulting question answered that question with grace and strength, and she won the debate. And just as Democrats intend to win on the question of women's health and freedom, not only here in the halls of Congress, but with the American people in November. With that, I urge a very strong vote for the Women's Health Protection Act and the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. I hope we have a strong vote. I hope it would be bipartisan, and I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Celebrating a record number of pro-life women serving in the United States House of Representatives today, an army of pro-life women all across this country from every corner and fighting for the human rights of all, especially the unborn today. Proud to yield a minute to one of those mighty warriors, Kat Kamek from Florida.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to urge my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to stop lying. Stop lying. Roe did not make abortion illegal. It returned the issue to the states. And now we see that y'all want to take those rights away from the states, strip them, in fact. You know, under this bill that we're considering here today, you want to take this issue further than Roe ever did and take away the rights of children, those most vulnerable. The notion that women will somehow be stopped at checkpoints in some 1984 scenario, this is insane and political fear-mongering at its best, and you know that. You know that. I hear constantly about these quote-unquote extreme positions that conservatives and those in the pro-life movement are taking. But what's extreme is not taking a stand for the child that survives an abortion attempt. That is extreme. Denying medical care for that child, that is extreme. And Madam Speaker, I always say, and bless your heart, 36 years of service, that is incredible. 2 years longer than I have been alive. In that time, you have overseen the murder.
The gentleman's time's expired.
Of 60 million.
I yield the lady an additional minute.
The gentlewoman's recognized for a minute.
Thank you. And in that 36 years of service, Madam Speaker, 60 million children have been murdered, with over 30% of them being minorities, African Americans, Hispanics. It's curious logic that we murder them to empower them. Where were the rights of those young little girls that were murdered? They didn't have a voice. And yet here we are debating the fact that this is a right. A right? No. This is an issue that has gone back to the states. Not an issue for us here in this chamber to be deciding when we know that this nation is based on life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, and it starts at life. The extreme positions, they're being held on that side of the aisle. We are a nation of equal opportunity, not equal outcome. We know that abortion is equal outcome. Give those children the opportunity to live. I urge my colleagues to vote against this ridiculous bill.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves.
Reserve.
Okay, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2.5 minutes now to the gentlewoman from Washington State, Ms. Strickland, who's the chief co-sponsor of this bill.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, for yielding. I rise today in support of the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act, which my colleagues and I wrote to support reproductive choice. Simply put, this bill codifies the constitutional right to travel, which includes the ability to cross state lines to get safe and legal access to abortion. The reality is that an increasing number of women are now forced to either carry an unwanted pregnancy against their will, even in cases of rape or incest, or travel hundreds of miles just to safely receive reproductive health care. This is especially dangerous for Indigenous women who are 2.5 times more at risk for rape and sexual assault. We cannot force women to give birth. Worse, those forced to carry out an unwanted pregnancy are giving birth in a nation with one of the worst maternal mortality rates in the developed world. When compared to Canada, the United Kingdom, the Netherlands, Norway, Sweden, France, Germany, Switzerland, Australia, and New Zealand, the United States maternal death rate is more than twice the rate of these countries. What's more, Black and Indigenous women will be among the most at risk because they are more likely to die from pregnancy or childbirth. They are also 2 to 3 times more likely to experience a pregnancy-related death than their white counterparts. And if access to safe and legal abortion becomes more restricted and inaccessible, the Black maternal mortality rates are expected to jump by a whopping 30% or more. All told, taking away federal protections for abortion hits Black women, Indigenous women, women of color, low-income women, LGBTQ+ women, and women with disabilities the hardest. This is about healthcare justice. This is about social justice. This is about economic justice. Taking away our right to safe and legal abortion is yet another way to try and control us. And please listen carefully. Black women will not be stopped. Indigenous women will not be stopped. Women of color will not be stopped. LGBTQ+ women will not be stopped. Women will not be stopped. This bill ensures our right to reproductive freedom by reaffirming the constitutional right to travel. To those who hold the literal words of the Constitution and so-called states' rights as the absolute standard, you must do one thing. You must recognize the constitutional right to travel guaranteed by the 14th Amendment and vote yes on this bill. But we know you won't, because for you, this isn't about the Constitution or states' rights. It's about control. It's about controlling women's bodies and forcing people to give birth against their will. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield to another defender of the right to life, human right, gentleman from Alabama, Robert Adderholt. A minute and 30 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized for a minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to come and to talk about this legislation. I rise in strong opposition. It's been noted this morning, the legislation that we're considering today doesn't just reverse the Supreme Court's recent ruling of Roe v. Wade. It goes much further. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle have assembled a bundle of policies in an effort to undermine the enforcement of pro-life state laws. And as the Republican whip just pointed out a little earlier, in combination with what is the so-called Women's Health Protection Act, it seeks to undermine the will of the people and places the U.S. on a short list with North Korea and China as countries with the most extreme abortion policies in the world. We don't want to be on the list with those two countries. Instead of undermining state law, we should be enabling states that have chosen to extend the responsibility of protecting its citizens and also including the unborn. The Alabama legislature has enacted the Human Life Protection Act back in 2019. It reflects the will of the citizens of the state, and I cannot allow those voices to be silenced by radical federal abortion bills. I urge my colleagues to oppose this measure that we're voting on this morning and all of the extreme measures yet to come attacking the most vulnerable among us, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, may I ask how much time remains on both sides?
The gentleman from New Jersey has 14 minutes remaining. The gentlewoman from Washington has 13 minutes remaining.
I yield now 2.5 minutes to the gentleman from New York, Mr. Nadler, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee.
The gentleman is recognized for 2.5 minutes.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 8297, the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. The Supreme Court's disastrous decision in Dobbs to overturn Roe v. Wade has exacerbated what was an already dire crisis in abortion care access, one that threatens to undermine women's equality and health. In the wake of the Dobbs decision, state legislatures across the country are moving to ban abortion outright. And as if that was not draconian enough, some states are also passing laws targeting people who help others obtain an abortion. This includes the notorious Texas law SB 8, which permits any person to collect a $10,000 bounty by suing someone who, quote, aids or abets an abortion. Not content to strip women of their bodily autonomy and equality in their own states, some state legislatures are now contemplating efforts to inhibit the ability of women to travel out of state to obtain lawful health care, including by threatening their friends, families, or even employers with legal action. H.R. 8297 would put state legislatures considering such laws on notice by providing additional federal legal protections that reaffirm and enhance enforcement of the constitutional right to interstate travel, which includes travel to obtain legal health care services like an abortion. But this legislation is not enough. Many people, a disproportionate number from communities of color, do not have the option of traveling across state lines because they lack the resources to bear the costs of out-of-state travel, which include the related costs of childcare, lodging, or time off from work. That is why it is essential that we also pass H.R. 8296, the Women's Health Protection Act of 2022, which would protect the right to abortion nationwide. The House has already passed this bill. Republicans have twice blocked its passage. This is unacceptable. We must do everything we can to ensure protection of abortion access in a post-Roe world. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on both H.R. 8297 and H.R. 8296. But this is not enough either. We face a radical Supreme Court, deliberately packed with extremists by a plot by the Federalist Society and Mitch McConnell and Donald Trump to pack the Supreme Court with extremists who have no regard for our liberties and who will destroy every liberty we have if we don't do something about it. And that is why Congressman Johnson and Congressman Jones and Senator Markey and I have introduced legislation.
The gentleman's time's expired.
To unpack the Supreme Court by increasing the number of justices by 4.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Continuing our fight for the right to life, the doctor from Pennsylvania, member of Energy and Commerce. 1 minute, Dr. John Joyce.
I thank the gentlewoman for yielding. When I was in medical school, I learned about the development and the journey of a child in the womb of the mother. Let me review that journey with you today. At 6 weeks, a child is developing a mouth, nose, ears, and most important, a heartbeat of their own. At 12 weeks, a baby has fingers and toes. Continue on this journey with me. At 15 weeks, a baby can sense light and even has taste buds. At 19 weeks, a child can hear and know the voice of their mother. These lives are precious, and they must be protected. By 22 weeks, many babies can survive outside the womb if they are born prematurely. Clearly, these are human lives. Clearly, we in Congress have an obligation to protect these human lives. I urge my colleagues, reject this bill. Support all human life. It is time for us to stand up for the American people and to stand up for all human life. Thank you, and I yield.
Fired. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Chu.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
I was horrified when I heard about the plight of a desperate Houston woman. She was 1 week pregnant beyond Texas's 6-week abortion ban, and with 4 children already, she knew she was not in a position to have another. So she packed her husband and 4 children in a car, drove over 22 hours, over 1,500 miles to my district in Pasadena, California, for her abortion. Texas's law forced her into a situation no family should ever have to face, and the Supreme Court's overturning of Roe has made conditions far worse. H.R. 8297, the Ensuring Access to Abortion Act of 2022, will ensure that every American has the right to travel to seek abortion care. Madam Speaker, we will not give up in this fight. We will not go back.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a minute to the gentleman from Texas, great member of the committee, Energy and Commerce, Dr. Mike Burgess.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the ranking member for yielding. You know, back in the 1970s, it was misleading, but pregnancy was described as a clump of cells, a lump of tissue, and how many people listened to that and didn't ascribe the agency to the young life that was developing. And then medical sonography was just coming into its own at the same time that Roe was decided. And 2 generations of Americans since then, the first picture in their baby book is their sonogram picture. Is it any surprise that 2 generations of Americans now ascribe agency to the unborn child because they see from whence they came? Look, having an abortion is not a simple fix to a problem. It's not a simple procedure. It is not birth control. An abortion is highly complex, and it is a deeply emotional procedure. Obviously, it's going to affect the baby. Obviously, it's going to affect the woman. You know what? It even affects the provider. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Now, 1 minute to our Majority Leader, Mr. Hoyer from Maryland.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. This is an extraordinarily complex, as the doctor just said, and difficult issue for all. But, Madam Speaker, I rise in strong support of this bill and the Women's Health Protection Act that we're also considering today. 3 weeks ago today, the United States Supreme Court's unprecedented decision reversed nearly 50 years of established precedent, overturning Roe v. Wade and paving the way for trigger laws across the country to criminalize access to abortion instantly. With this ruling, women in 2022 now have fewer rights than their mothers or grandmothers and less control over their own bodies and their own health care. Today, the House of Representatives is responding to protect the women of our country. Today, this House will vote to stand with women and affirm their freedom to make their own health care decisions. It is not an easy decision. It is not made lightly. But it ought to be free from interference from politicians. We must do everything, in my view, in our power to ensure that women are free to travel wherever they need in order to access reproductive care safely, legally, without fear of punishment. That's why I brought to the floor this bill, the Ensuring Women's Right to Reproductive Freedom Act. This legislation would prohibit states from preventing, impeding, or obstructing women from traveling to other states for reproductive care or retaliating against them for doing so. Over a century and a half ago, it was legal to own people because of the color of their skin. And they could escape, as Harriet Tubman did, as Frederick Douglass did, from their slavery on the eastern shore of our state, and go to a so-called free state. But then, tragically, the Congress enacted a bill which allowed people to go and reimpose slavery on those folks. Let's not us do the same. This legislation would prohibit states from preventing, impeding, or obstructing women from traveling to other states for reproductive care where it is legal, or retaliating against them for doing so. These draconian, authoritarian laws that states are talking about that are going to criminalize behavior no matter whether it is legal in the state to which you went. One of the first bills I voted on in 1967, when I first went to the state senate, at that point in time, about 8 months out of law school, was to repeal the miscegenation statutes, which said that a black person couldn't marry a white person, or a person of Japanese extraction or Chinese extraction. The Supreme Court held that unconstitutional. And it would be like saying you can go to a state where that certainly is legal for an African American and a Caucasian to marry, But if you come back here, you're going to be a criminal. Draconian, authoritarian, almost communist-like in its dictatorship that China tried to pursue and did. This bill would also extend the same protections to health care providers who perform abortions for out-of-state patients and to anyone who helps them with transportation. Let us not set up a society where people are watching their neighbor and reporting to their neighbor and criminalizing behavior which has for half a century been the decision of a woman. And yes, she could consult her doctor, she could consult others, but it was her body that was at stake, her decision. Additionally, this bill would protect the movement of interstate commerce of prescription drugs approved by the FDA to end pregnancy safely at home. I'm grateful to Representative Lizzie Fletcher, Marilyn Strickland, and Jamie Raskin for introducing this legislation and to Chairman Frank Pallone for advancing it through the Energy and Commerce Committee so speedily. I also want to thank Diana DeGette and Barbara Lee for their leadership on this issue as co-chairs of the Congressional Pro-Choice Caucus. While protecting interstate travel is an important step, Congress must do much more to ensure that every woman in our country can access health care and reproductive choice safely, legally, and affordably. That's why we're also considering an updated version of the Women's Health Protection Act today. I want to thank Judy Chu again for her leadership on this effort. Make no mistake, until we codify Roe v. Wade 49-year precedent in federal statute, women in many parts of our country will not be safe or have access to the health care they need. I'm old enough to remember when it wasn't legal and when people died in back alleys with going to charlatans, not having proper medical care. Let's not return to those dark and tragic days. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation. Support freedom. Support the women of our country. That's the right thing to do. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield to a defender of the human right to life from the great state of Texas. 30 seconds, Michael Cloud.
The gentleman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you. The pro-life issue used to be a bipartisan issue in this chamber, even as we recognize that our essential liberties of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness were inalienable rights given to us not by government but by God. And the claim that the left is making that our attempts to protect life are somehow criminalizing women could be nothing further from the truth, setting aside for the fact that the left can't even define for the moment what a woman is. 50 years of scientific evidence have unveiled to us the mystery and the amazing thing that is happening in the development of a child. We know so much more, even the fact that a child feels the pain of abortion. We will always stand with life.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield a minute and a half to a member of our committee, Mr. Peters from California.
The gentleman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to support the Ensuring Women's Rights to Reproductive Freedom Act. After the Supreme Court eliminated the federal right to abortion, only 20 states continue to protect a woman's right to choose. And even before Roe fell, states across the country were working to pass laws banning abortion, even in cases of rape, incest, and when the life of the mother is at stake. That's not pro-family, it's not pro-life, it's barbaric. Republican efforts to criminalize abortion will pit neighbors against neighbors, punish women for exercising their bodily autonomy, and imprison doctors who took oaths to protect their patients. That's happening right here in what's supposed to be the freest country in the world. That's why I'm standing here today to protect a woman's right to travel in search of legal health care. If the Supreme Court won't protect Americans, we in Congress must do everything in our power to stand up for our basic freedoms. That starts with this bill, and I urge my colleagues to pass it, and I yield back.
Washington is recognized.
Speaker, continuing our fight for life. Gentleman from Texas, 1 minute. Great leader, Jody Arrington.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
I thank my friend from Washington State, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, effort to create a national policy that allows for terminating a pregnancy at any stage for any reason is not only extreme and outside of the mainstream of America, it is wholly inconsistent with our values and founding principles of our great nation. This abortion on demand legislation, taken together, will put us in the dubious company of the likes of China and North Korea and only 5 other countries that I guarantee you do not have America's values. I commend the Supreme Court for restoring the integrity of the Constitution, returning power back to the states and we the people. God bless America, and God bless our fellow Americans, both born and unborn. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Yield now, Madam Speaker, to the gentlewoman from California who co-chairs the pro-choice caucus, Ms. Barbara Lee.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong support of H.R. 8297. Yes, as co-chair of the Pro-Choice Caucus, along with my colleague, Congresswoman Diana DeGette, I want to thank our colleagues, Representatives Fletcher, Strickland, and Raskin, for introducing this very important bill, also to Chairman Malone and Speaker Pelosi for bringing it to the floor. Everyone deserves the freedom to make personal decisions about their health, their bodies, their futures, as well as the right to travel. Yet the Supreme Court's decision has stripped this fundamental right to reproductive freedom from millions of people in this country. Now, I remember the days before Roe, and we aren't going back. Now, not only are some states moving to enact extreme abortion bans, but some anti-abortion state legislators are working to prohibit people from traveling across state lines to access care and are targeting people who assist those in need. What in the world is happening to our democracy? First of all, you're trying to take away our own health care decisions, the ability to make our reproductive health care decisions. You're trying to criminalize people for making their own reproductive health care decisions. You're trying to set up an environment for people to spy on each other when they're trying to exercise their reproductive health care decisions and freedoms. You're trying to take away people's right to travel. What in the world is this? Is this America? You all talk about other countries. I don't even recognize what you're trying to do in this country. Please, just know that this is a slippery slope. They come for me today, they're coming for you tomorrow. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes and to reaffirm the right to travel and seek care and further erode our reproductive freedoms and personal liberties.
The gentleman, or the members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman from New Jersey reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are working on a privacy bill, but that's a separate bill. Please yield a minute to the gentleman from Idaho, great defender of life, Russ Fulcher.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Ranking Member. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the proposed federal authorization of what amounts to be abortion on demand. There are reasons life issue is so polarizing. How we prioritize life from before birth to the end of life often defines our value system. I believe life is the very character of God, that indeed we all have inalienable rights, the most important of which is the right to live. I'll close my comments by pointing out 3 relevant position statements my friends on the other side of the aisle struggle with. All too often, they will support taking life of the preborn by abortion, but not taking of life of convicted murderers by capital punishment. All too often, they will support the statement, my body, my choice, but not when it comes to vaccines. And all too often, they will support so-called reproductive health, but not if it's reproductive or healthy. Debates and decisions like these belong to the people, not the federal government.
Time's expired. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield now a minute and a half to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Frankel.
The gentlewoman is recognized for a minute and a half.
Madam Speaker, a Supreme Court out of touch with the American people says that state legislatures can ban abortions and give our most important personal decisions to politicians. And Republicans are on a mission to do just that. And Madam Speaker, my, their plans are getting crazier and more extreme by the minute. Listen to this. National anti-abortion groups and their allies, the Republican allies in state legislatures, are scheming to stop people in states where abortions are banned from seeking the procedure elsewhere. As we speak, there's a proposal in Missouri, a state that bans abortion that would allow private citizens to sue anyone that helps a Missouri resident have an abortion in another state. So they're going to punish doctors and Uber drivers and spouses and the rest just for helping a woman getting the health care that she needs. We stopped that today. I yield back.
The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Please yield 1 minute to a leader defending life, gentleman from Florida, Brian Mast.
The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. As all remarks are supposed to be directed to the chair, Madam Speaker, when is a life a life? Madam Speaker, when is a life a life? I'll open it up to the rest of my colleagues over there. I would wager none of my colleagues on the other side will tell us when life begins. I got a $20 bill here. It's not worth as much as it used to be worth. I'll put it down here on the table. Any one of you or your colleagues wants to speak up and tell us when life begins, it's sitting here for you. Madam Speaker, when is a life a life? When does it begin? That's the most extreme idea to come out of this body, that you won't acknowledge when a life is a life.
The gentleman's time has expired.
Has it expired? I'll leave the $20
Members,
bill here, Madam
the gentleman's
Speaker.
time has expired.
If you want to answer
the gentleman's time has expired. Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from United States, point of order.
Madam Speaker, did I address my remarks to you?
The gentleman is not stating a point of order. The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to my colleague, Ms. Garcia from Texas.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of H.R. 8297 by my colleague and friend from Houston, Congresswoman Fletcher. First, let me be clear. There seems to be some fixation from the other side that this decision should be left up to the states because the Supreme Court said that. They need to reread the opinion. It simply says it's returned to the people and their elected representatives. Last time I looked, I was an elected representative, and we all are elected representatives. So we can pass these two bills today and put them in statute and make them the law of the land. Because I can tell you, if we leave it to the states, things will be more extreme. In my home state of Texas, extremist Republicans have created a patchwork that is scary, discriminatory, and oppressive. And they are doing that to limit our right to make our own deeply personal, private health care decisions about our own bodies together with our family and our providers. This bill would restore women's rights in Texas and across the country. It would stop Republicans from criminalizing, fining, or suing women who exercise their constitutional right to travel from state lines to obtain an abortion. This is important since many companies have announced policies that cover travel expenses for employees seeking abortion care who are not able to get them in their own home state. They are threatening businesses in Texas that they'll throw them out of Texas. This bill is necessary. We are the elected representatives. We get to decide. Thank you, and I yield back.
Washington reserves. The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to yield a defender of life, fighting for the right to life. Leader from Arizona on the committee, 2 minutes, Debbie Lesko.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 2 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to H.R. 8297. I heard my Democrat colleagues passionately state, women will not be stopped, and saying We should support freedom. Yet sadly, these same people fail to realize that their own radical abortion legislation will indeed stop women's rights, because their radical agenda stops a future woman's right and freedom forever by ending her life. If this bill were to become law, health care professionals would be seen by obstructing victims' access to abortion if they delay the abortion to report this case of child abuse. That's not protecting women and girls. To make this bill even worse, this legislation eliminates medical supervision requirements for chemical abortion pills. The FDA deems these pills as high-risk drugs that can cause intense pain, excessive bleeding, infections, and in some cases, death. This means a woman or a little girl could literally bleed out without a doctor even knowing or being there to help. Abortion is not health care. This is a lie from the abortion industry that has time and time again placed its agenda over the health and safety of women and girls. Health care is meant to help patients, yet a successful abortion results in the death of a baby 100% of the time, except, of course, those born alive, which my Democrat colleagues don't even want to save them.
The gentlewoman's time's expired.
I urge my colleagues to vote against this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to a real champion for women and for health and for families, Representative Spear.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my great friend from Washington. It gets more painful every single day. When you think about it, you've got an AG in Indiana who has smeared a healthcare professional in that state who did exactly what she was supposed to do in providing an abortion to a 10-year-old, but he was going to bring charges against her. We have a colleague on the other side of the aisle who's now putting down $20 bills as if we're going to race over there to get that $20 bill to answer his question. I mean, what are we doing here? Have we lost it? This bill simply codifies what is interpreted in the Constitution in the Fifth Amendment. Now, we have a Justice Kavanaugh who said, was asked the question, may a state bar a resident of the state from traveling to another state? The answer is no. But interestingly enough, the right to travel, those words are not in the Fifth Amendment. So if we have an originalist court, we do have to pass this bill that's been introduced by Congresswoman Fletcher and Strickland and Congressman and other members, because women should be able to travel. And right now, we cannot even guarantee that to a woman who wants to get an abortion. I've had an abortion, I've had miscarriages, I've had to live with a dead fetus in my body. I know what that experience is like. Not everyone over there does. I would say most members over there don't. But it is my personal right. It is every woman's personal right.
The gentlewoman's time's expired. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Pleased to yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana on the leadership team in the House, a great defender for life, Mike Johnson.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank the gentlelady for leading and for all of your courageous leadership on this important issue. Madam Speaker, I've got to say we've been stunned here in the last hour of this debate by a lot of what we've heard, not the least of which is when one of our Democrat colleagues actually exclaimed on this floor in the last hour, quote, "Thank God abortion is still legal." I just sat here and said, wow, thank God. Thank God for what? That innocent unborn children can still be killed in many states? Thank God. The other side in this debate has not only abandoned reverence, all morality, all reason, they defied medical technology, they've also completely abandoned the first self-evident truth boldly proclaimed in our nation's birth certificate, the Declaration of Independence, that all men are created equal, not born equal, created equal by God, and it is He who gives us our inalienable rights, beginning, obviously, with the right to life. Please, I mean, seriously, please don't come on this floor and thank our Creator for your zeal to terminate the innocent lives that He has created. God have mercy on us. Madam Speaker, today the Democrats have brought two bills to this floor. The first is a complete overhaul of all pro-life protections, which will allow for taxpayer-funded abortion on demand through all 3 trimesters of pregnancy. The second bill, the so-called Ensuring Access to Abortion Act, creates an open door for women to be preyed upon by traffickers and does nothing to protect minors who are transported by predators across state lines to obtain abortions. In order to prohibit these heinous acts, I introduced the Child Interstate Abortion Notification Act, which, by the way, I should note, passed this House by a wide margin in 2005 in the 109th Congress. How far the other side has devolved since then? Because of that, now more than ever, we have to highlight why this bill is so important in protecting the lives of minors and their unborn children. The Child Interstate Abortion Notification Act will help cut down on predators and traffickers taking advantage of minors by making it a crime to knowingly transport a minor across state lines to obtain an abortion without first satisfying state-level parental involvement laws. It's simple. A parent should be involved in the life of their child, and state laws should never be circumvented to benefit those seeking to take advantage of minors. When a state says a guardian or parent should be notified that their minor is seeking an abortion, that law ought to be respected and followed. Our state's parental involvement laws are well written and reasonable, and there are exceptions built into the statutes for extreme circumstances. We also know that forced coercion to abort an unborn child is real, and it must be addressed. Predators, traffickers, and their accomplices must be held accountable for the damage they've done to minors. I'm so glad that our side is offering tangible solutions to real problems, but it's unfortunate that it's in response to such terrible pieces of legislation that only further endanger the lives of minors and their unborn children. I urge opposition to the other side's callous and barbaric agenda and their bill, and I support our motion to recommit. Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to include the text of the amendment in the record immediately prior to the vote on the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
I yield back. Thank you.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 1.5 minutes to Representative Jackson Lee from the state of Texas, where this is top of mind.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 1.5 minutes.
Let me thank my good friend Lizzie Fletcher and Marilyn Strickland, Jamie Raskin, for understanding the Constitution. Patricia Hughes and Jeremy Donahue threw a Molotov cocktail in a clinic, an abortion clinic in Shreveport, Louisiana. David McNinney of Rochester crashed his car into the Edgerton Women's Care Center. A package left at a women's health center in Austin, Texas, contained an explosive device. It goes on and on and on. I ask unanimous consent to submit that into the record. In addition, a Texas woman has been charged with murder after a so-called self-induced abortion. It is clear that our friends are trying to criminalize the right to reproductive freedom. I stand, as I said earlier, with a 10-year-old victim who had to run to be able to secure an abortion after being raped. I stand on the Constitution where the Fifth Amendment says that we are due life and liberty. And I stand in front of In God We Trust. And I tell my friend from Louisiana that the Constitution says that we have a right to freedom of religion. We speak what we believe. That is what this legislation does, and that is what reproductive freedom is. It is to ensure that the GOP does not criminalize abortion in all 50 states. It is to ensure that Republicans are plotting a nationwide ban to criminalize. This constitutional expose and explanation indicates that we have the right to travel and the right to be constitutionally secure in that. Further, we need to go a step further and criminalize anyone who is a bounty hunter and hold them accountable and put them in jail. Specifically, this bill provides and makes sure that we prohibit any person, healthcare providers who provide legal abortion or services, that we don't stop that.
The gentlewoman's time has expired.
That we don't stop any person or any entity for helping healthcare providers. Let me thank you and ask support of this underlying legislation. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. May I inquire as to how much time is remaining?
The gentlewoman from Washington has 2.5 minutes. The gentlewoman from Washington has 1.5 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to yield 30 seconds to Ms. Wilson from Florida.
The gentlewoman is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you so much. This is just annoying to me that everyone on the Republican side are so concerned about these children before they are born. And once they are born, they want nothing to do with them. So these children land in the hands of grandmama who is trying to raise them alone. The only time I see them is when they're on the floor fussing about grandmama's Social Security and her Medicare, trying to take away her food stamps while she's trying to take care of Nina's children, Jose's children, and all of these children. Shame on you. You have never carried a baby for 9 months. Shame, shame,
The
shame.
gentlewoman is no longer recognized. The members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair. The gentlewoman from Washington reserves. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
In the United States of America, we continue our search for a more perfect union. We all get to be a part of that. In our history, the Supreme Court has overruled 300 of its own cases, cases such as the Dred Scott decision, and now Roe v. Wade. Abortion is a false choice between taking care of a woman and taking care of a baby. What a woman needs is support. Every life is meaningful, and our actions significant. Ending abortion is the human rights issue of our generation. Every life has value and dignity, and to every person all across this country, may each one of us open our eyes, see one another. May each one of us open our ears and hear one another. May each one of us open our hearts to one another. We are a nation founded on the unalienable, God-given rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And as has been noted by others, life comes first. You can't have liberty without life. You can't have the pursuit of happiness without life. That should guide us and be the bedrock for our moral authority so that abortion would become unthinkable in America. Today before this House is a radical agenda. The Democrats' abortion agenda is much more radical than anything that was in Roe. This is extreme. It nationalizes abortion for all 9 months, making America just as radical as China, North Korea. It legitimizes discriminatory abortions at any stage based upon a baby's sex, race, or disability, including Down syndrome. It overrides state laws that protect women from coercion. There's no part of this that celebrates the dignity, the value, or the potential of human life. You know, Pew Research reports that in Washington, D.C., and the 29 states that provide racial and ethnic data on abortion to the CDC, 38% of women who underwent an abortion in 2019 were non-Hispanic Black, though U.S. Census numbers indicate that Black people comprise 13.4% of the population. CDC data from 2019 also indicates that Black women are 5 times more likely to have an abortion than white women. Ladies and gentlemen, we stand on the side of life. Let's defend life. It's the human rights issue of our generation. Reject this bill. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Once again, I speak as a woman, a mom, a doctor, and a pediatrician who has rescued many babies in the neonatal intensive care unit. And I can tell you that we've heard a lot of statistics on the other side of the aisle. But one statistic that has not been said is that 100% of women who choose abortion make that decision on their own and for themselves, and that's the way that it needs to stay. This is a healthcare decision that only a woman can make in consultation with her doctor. And that is why we're here today, to protect women's autonomy over their own healthcare, over their own lives, over their own destinies, and that is a fundamental right. When we talk about freedom, we need to talk about the freedom of a woman to control her destiny, to make her own decisions. And that is why these bills are so important, to protect a woman's right to choose and to make sure that if her state does not allow it, she can choose freely to travel to another state and get the care she needs.
Expired.
I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 1224, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it, third reading.
A bill to prohibit interference under color of state law with the provision of interstate abortion services and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Mr. Johnson of Louisiana moves to recommit the bill H.R. 8297 to the Committee on Energy and Commerce.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motion to recommit, H.R. 8296. Passage of H.R. 8296, if ordered. Motion to recommit, H.R. 8297. Passage of H.R. 8297, if ordered. And motion to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8351. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is on the question of agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8296, offered by the gentlewoman from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 8296, offered by Mrs. Fishbach of Minnesota.
It's on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative Evans, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Indiana seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Utah. Purposes the gentleman from Utah seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as member designated for Mr. Stewart of Utah, and I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Mr. Curtis will vote yea for the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
By Mr. Ro Khanna of California, I inform the House that the member will vote no on the motion to recommit.
purposes, the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Castro, Ms. Presley, Mr. Evans, Mr. Allred, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Vesey, I inform the House that those 8 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purposes the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
What state? For what purposes the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
What state? For what purposes the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri and Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that Ms. Wagner and Mr. Taylor will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Upton of Michigan, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Messrs. Rice, Upton, and Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Dingle, and Ms. Legere Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Jackson of Texas and Mr. Fallon of Texas, they both will be voting no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota and also Mrs. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that both will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose? For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, let me try that again. As a member designated by Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Jackson and Mr. Fallon will be voting yes on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cahaley, Swalwell, Bass, and Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hahn, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Christ, Mr. Deutsch, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and Ms. Lawrence, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Gentleman from Texas seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what the gentleman from Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Kelly Armstrong of the great state of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what? Does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
Does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to, will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House, pursuant to House Resolution 8, that Mr. Bentz will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote no on the motion to recommit.
The gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition.
As a member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Mike Doyle, and Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Recognition.
Representative McKeachum, I inform the House that he will vote no on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 209 and the nays are 218. The motion is not adopted. The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it. What purpose is the gentlewoman? For what purpose is the gentlewoman from Washington seek recognition?
I request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote. For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Okay. For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota and Ms. Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that both will vote no on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on H.R. 8286.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
As the member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, I inform the House that these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Ro Khanna of California, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Stewart and Curtis, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Curtis will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, Mr. Albio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Mike Doyle, Mr. Donald Payne, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative McKeachum, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Dingle, and Ms. Legere Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Upton of Michigan, Mr. Rice of South Carolina, and Mr. Katko of New York, I'm from the House, and Mr. Rice, Upton, and Katko will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Congresswoman Trahan, Moulton, Christ, Deutsch, Wasserman, Schultz, and Lawrence, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated,
Seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yea on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House Mr. Bergman will vote no on 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Castro, Ms. Presley, Mr. Evans, Mr. Allred, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Vesey, I inform the House that those 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote no on H.R. 8296. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
What purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Wagner of Missouri and Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that those members will vote no on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama and Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on H.R. 8296. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cahaley, Swalwell, Bass, and Swazi, inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson of Texas, I inform the House that both Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson will be voting no on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that she will vote nay on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn will vote no on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on H.R. 8296.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter, great state of Texas, inform the House of Mr. Carter will vote no on H.R. 8296.
Indiana. For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from the state of Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote no on H.R. 8296.
On this vote, the yeas are 219, the nays are 210. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business of the question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 8297 offered by the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Johnson, on which the yeas and nays are ordered, the clerk will redesignate the motion.
To recommit H.R. 8297, offered by Mr. Johnson of Louisiana.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members are to record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson will be voting yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Mike Doyle, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Albio Series, and Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Dingle, and Ms. Legere Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Katko of New York, Mr. Upton of Michigan, and Mr. Rice of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mrs. Upton, Rice, and Katko will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas and Ms. Sewell of Alabama, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Okay. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Porter, Mr. Castro, Ms. Presley, Mr. Evans, Mr. Allred, Mr. Davis, and Mr. Vesey, I inform the House that those 7 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rokana of California, I inform the House that this member will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that she will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
Purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker Clark, as a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta, and for the House that these 7 members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Member designated, Madam Speaker, by Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Moulton, Ms. Trahan, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, Mr. Deutsch, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Christ, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota and Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that both will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cahaley, Swalwell, Bass, and Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote no on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote nay on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on the motion to recommit. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yes on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Ms. Stewart and Curtis will vote yea to a motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Kelly Armstrong of the great state of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong votes yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Okay, by Mr. Taylor of Texas and Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that both members will vote aye on the motion to recommit.
Brad?
Jim? Just say this. Do you have to say it again? Baron, you turned it wrong. She votes yes.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Walorski from the state of Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote yea on the motion to recommit.
On this vote, the yeas are 209 and the nays are 219. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Speaker, I would request the yeas and nays.
Pursuant to Section 3S, the House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. Purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
The member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson of Texas, I inform the House that Mr. Fallon and Mr. Jackson will be voting no on H.R. 8297.
Does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Alvio Series, Mr. Donald Payne, Mr. Bill Pasquale, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek
Madam
recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Sewell of Alabama, Ms. Jackson Lee of Texas, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Deutsch, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Moulton, Mr. Hahn, Mr. Christ, Mrs. Wasserman Schultz, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mr. Rice and Katko will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Rocano of California, I inform the House that this member will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
Does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Kelly Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cahaley, Swalwell, Bass, and Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Dingle, and Ms. Legere Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek
As a member
recognition?
designated by Mr. Taylor of Texas and Ms. Wagner of Missouri, I inform the House that both members will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As the member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Pete Stauber from Minnesota and Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that both will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Washington, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Vesey, Mr. Davis, Mr. Allred, Mr. Evans, Ms. Presley, Mr. Castro, and Ms. Porter, I inform the House that those 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Speaker Clark is a member designated by Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Liu, and Mr. Panetta. I inform the House these 7 members will vote yes on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As the member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote no on H.R. 8297. Thank you.
For what purpose does The gentleman from Indiana seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, I am a member designated by Mrs. Walorski from Indiana. I inform the House that Mrs. Walorski will vote nay on H.R. 8297.
Does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote nay on H.R. 8297. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Upton of Michigan, I inform the House that Mr. Upton will vote yea on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Carter, great state of Texas, inform the House that Mr. Carter will vote no on H.R. 8297.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
As a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, I inform the House that Mr. Bentz will vote no on H.R. 8297.
No.
Any member wish to change his or her?
Oh,
What
as,
person is that
as a
gentleman
member
seek rec-
designated by Mr. Stewart and Curtis, I inform the House I want to vote no for H.R. 8297.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
On this vote, the yeas are 223, the nays are 205. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a vote on the motion of the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 8351, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 8351, a bill to amend the harmonized tariff schedule of the United States to suspend temporarily rates of duty on imports of certain infant formula products and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Colton, Ms. Lawrence, Mr. Deutsch, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Dakota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Armstrong of North Dakota, I inform the House that Mr. Armstrong votes yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition?
Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Brown of Maryland, I inform the House Mr. Brown will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Carter, great state of Texas, from the House of Mr. Carter, will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated.
Yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Gibbs of Ohio, I inform the House that Mr. Gibbs will vote yea on 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lynch of Massachusetts, I inform the House that Mr. Lynch will vote aye on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Smucker of Pennsylvania, I inform the House that Mr. Smucker will vote yea on H.R. 8351. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Rocano of California, I inform the House that this member will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Wilson of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Wilson will vote aye on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Lawson, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
Purpose does the gentleman from Nebraska seek recognition?
As member designated by Mr. Stauber from Minnesota and Vicky Hartzler from Missouri, I inform the House that both will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
As the member designated by Mr. Allred, Mr. Davis, Mr. Vesey, Mr. Evans, Ms. Porter, Mr. Castro, Ms. Presley, and as a proud citizen of the West like the Speaker, I inform the Speaker that the House, or rather these members, will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mrs. Worlorski from Indiana, I inform the House that Mrs. Worlorski will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Alvio Series, Mr. Bill Pascrell, Mr. Donald Payne, Ms. Ann Kirkpatrick, and Mr. Mike Doyle, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Bergman of Michigan, pursuant to H.Res. 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote yea on 8351.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Hampshire seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Pingree, Mr. Pappas, Ms. Kelly, Ms. Dingle, and Ms. Legere Fernandez, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from West Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. LaHood of Illinois, I inform the House that Mr. LaHood will vote yea on 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
As a member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, Chairman Meeks, and Representative McEachin, I inform the House that these members will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Fallon, Mr. Jackson of Texas, I inform the House that both will be voting yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Neal of Massachusetts, Ms. Moore, Ms. Newman, Mr. Ryan, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Doggett, Mr. Panetta, and Mr. Liu, I inform the House that these 8 members will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Cliff Bentz of Oregon, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House Mr. Bentz will vote yes on 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congress members Barragan, Cahaley, Swalwell, Bass, and Swazi, I inform the House that these members will vote yes on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Hearn of Oklahoma, I inform the House that Mr. Hearn will vote aye on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Comer of Kentucky, I inform the House that Mr. Comer will vote yea on H.R. 8351. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Timmons of South Carolina, I inform the House that Mr. Timmons will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition?
As a member designated by Mr. Barr of Kentucky, Ms. Wagner of Missouri, Mr. Taylor of Texas, I inform the House that those members will vote aye on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Dunn, Ms. Salazar will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Stewart and Curtis of Utah, I inform the House that Mr. Stewart and Curtis will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Utah seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Ms. Herrera Butler from Utah, I inform the House that Ms. Herrera Butler will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Mr. Buchanan of Florida, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, as a member designated by Mr. Rice of South Carolina, Mr. Upton of Michigan, and Mr. Katko of New York, I inform the House that Mrs. Rice, Upton, and Katko will vote yea on H.R. 8351.
Have all members voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? On this vote, the yeas are 421 and the nays are 2. 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I hereby remove myself as a co-sponsor of H.R. 8167.
The gentleman's request is accepted. The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Honorable, the Speaker, House of Representatives, Madam. I am writing today in compliance with Rule 8, Paragraph 2A of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives, upholding my responsibilities as a member of this legislative body. I am communicating to you that I have been requested to testify before the Fulton County, Georgia Special Purpose Grand Jury on July 19, 2022. Additionally, pursuant to 28 United States Code 1442A1, I will be asking for removal to the United States District Court for the Northern District of Georgia. Nothing in this notice should be construed to deprive, condition, or waive the constitutional or legal privileges or rights applicable or available at any time to a member. See paragraph 4 of Rule 8 of the Rules of the U.S. House of Representatives. Signed sincerely, Jody Heiss, Member of Congress.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Louisiana seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order for the purpose of inquiring to the House Majority Whip the schedule for next week.
Without objection.
Also, Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you. With that, I am happy to yield to my friend, the gentleman from South Carolina, the Majority Whip of the House, Mr. Clyburn.
Thank you very much, and thank the gentleman for yielding. On Monday, the House will meet at 12 p.m. for morning hour and 2 p.m. for legislative business, with votes postponed until 6:30 p.m. On Tuesday and Wednesday, the House will meet at 10 a.m. for morning hour and 12 p.m. for legislative business. On Thursday, the House will meet at 9 a.m. for legislative business. Next week, the House will begin our work to advance appropriations bills to fund the government for fiscal year 2023 and consider H.R. 8294, a minibus package of transportation, housing and urban development, agriculture, rural development, energy and water development, financial services, and general government, interior, environment, military construction, and Veterans Affairs. The House will also consider Representative Kathy Manning's H.R. 8373, the Right to Contraception Act, which will protect in federal statute the rights enshrined in Griswold v. Connecticut and in Eisenstadt v. Baird. American women deserve to be able to make decisions about their own bodies and their own lives, including whether to become pregnant and have children. The House will consider bills under suspension of the rules. The complete list of suspension bills will be announced by the close of business today. Additional legislative matters are possible. And I yield back.
I thank the gentleman for yielding on those, and I know this is a conversation I've had for months with the majority leader as we've talked about the concern over high gas prices, and I noticed that on the agenda that was listed, there are no bills that would deal with the high price of gasoline that families are struggling under due to President Biden's many different actions he's taken to shut down American energy. Of course, as we know, the president today is in Saudi Arabia, begging the kingdom of Saudi Arabia to produce more oil, when we've been asking the president to work with us to open up American energy, which is abundant, available, unfortunately closed for business. And of course, we know during the campaign, President Biden bragged that he was going to shut down drilling. He was going to make it hard for the energy companies to produce in America, and he's done that. The problem is it's had devastating impacts on families. And so we brought forward a number of bills. Again, months ago, I've presented some of these to the majority leader. He said he would look at them and consider bringing some of them up. And I want to just present a few of these to the gentleman from South Carolina to see if we can get consideration of some of these bills next week at a time when we just saw a report with 9.1% inflation, worst numbers in 40 years, in large part driven by the high price of gasoline. We've got bills to alleviate that problem that families are facing. And I'll start with H.R. 7285 by Mr. Carl. This is the Unleashing American Energy Act. It requires the Secretary of Interior to conduct a minimum number of oil and gas lease sales so that we can get back to producing more energy here. H.R. 7292 by Garrett Graves. This is the Securing American Energy and Investing in Resiliency Act, requires the Secretary of Interior to conduct all oil and gas lease sales that under current law he's supposed to be doing, but the President's not in compliance with existing law on that. H.R. 7293, the Energy Permitting Certainty Act by Ms. Harrell. This requires the Secretary of Interior to process applications for a permit to drill. It doesn't tell the Secretary what determination they have to give, but it gives them a shot clock, just like they give to businesses. When they tell the business, you have to give us an answer on something, it's by a certain date, yet when the permits are submitted, the applications are submitted, the agency just ignores it, just doesn't do their job. Let's get an answer. Yes or no, let's get an answer and back it up with facts. That's what this bill requires. H.R. 7298, which is the Promoting Energy Independence and Transparency Act by Mr. Moore from Utah. This requires the Secretary of Interior to submit a report on expressions of interest and applications for permits to drill and requires the publication of data on expressions of interest and applications on permits to drill. H.R. 7304, the Restore Onshore Energy Production Act by Mr. Rosendale. This requires the Secretary of Interior to immediately resume onshore oil and gas lease sales. Let us have an opportunity to utilize our natural resources to lower the price of gas. H.R. 751, Protecting American Energy Production Act by Mr. Duncan. This prohibits any declaration of a moratorium on the use of hydraulic fracturing, which again has been a threat by this administration on a very efficient, clean source of energy that America could produce, but right now is being dramatically limited. And finally, H.R. 1616, Promoting Interagency Coordination for Review of Natural Gas Pipelines Act by Dr. Burgess. This provides for federal and state agency coordination in the approval of certain authorizations under the Natural Gas Act for the critical infrastructure of pipelines to move energy throughout America so we don't have to get it from tankers from foreign countries, many of them hostile to America. With that, I'd be happy to yield to see if we could get some consideration next week of some of those bills, if not all.
Thank you, gentlemen, for yielding. I assure you that we will get to discuss and debate and hopefully pass all of these bills at the appropriate time. However, I'm sure the gentleman is aware that Russia's war against Ukraine is driving up prices all over the world. Putin's price hike. 3 weeks ago, the price of crude oil was trading at $115.25 per barrel. It closed yesterday at $96.47 a barrel, a decrease of $18.78 per barrel, or a decrease of 16% in almost a month. The average price for gasoline, a gallon of gas last month was $5.01. It's now $4.57, a decrease of 44 cents, or a decrease of 8% in a month. Funny how that works. Cuts at the pump are half that of the price of crude. And we're shocked to know that major oil companies are raking in record profits. The House passed the Lower Cost Food and Fuel Cost Act, which will help ease inflation, which the gentleman voted against and whipped against. This bill helps Americans save money at the gas pump by promoting local, renewable energy production. And it also expands access to E15. The House also passed the Consumer Fuel Price Gouging Prevention Act to prevent oil corporations from prioritizing profits instead of increasing supply. Empowers the FTC to crack down on oil companies that excessively overcharge their consumers for gas just to boost their bottom line. The President has released historic amounts from our strategic petroleum reserve, 1 million gallons a day, and expanded access to cheaper E15 gas across the Midwest, among other steps to bring down energy prices. The Biden administration has approved more drilling permits on public lands in 2021 than the previous administration did each year during the first 3 years in office, 2017, 2018, and 2019. The Biden administration is also working with our allies and partners around the world to implement a price cap on Russian oil so that we can continue to inflict pain on Putin while minimizing the pain at the pump. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. If the gentleman's interested in inflicting pain on Putin, then pass these bills. These bills will take away all of Putin's leverage. The only reason Vladimir Putin has any leverage over America and Europe is because President Biden shut down American energy. And again, each of these bills addresses different components of President Biden's attack on American energy. It's been a very direct assault on American energy on many different fronts. These lay out all of those things. You can have all the leases in the world, but if the administration won't give permits to actually execute the lease, to go do seismic, to go build pipelines so you can actually move the resource, to drill in new areas while the resource is being depleted in other areas, then you don't have an ability to secure America's future, and it results in the president going hand in hand to foreign countries like Saudi Arabia. And I'd just point out, I know the president likes talking about carbon emissions a lot. It's a 5,700-mile trek to Saudi Arabia, and I would imagine he's going to come back home. That's more than 11,000 miles on Air Force One. And if you notice the picture, there are no solar panels on the wings of Air Force One. It's jet fuel that actually gets it from here to there and back with the president and his staff. You could save all 11,000 miles and the entire carbon footprint of that trip by staying here in America, and I would recommend going to a place like Port Fourchon in South Louisiana, where they produce energy cleaner, cheaper, and with American jobs. And by the way, as states drill, they get revenue sharing. They would actually be able to use that investment to lower prices at the pump and to help American families. And so if you think about where the price is today, whether it's $5.20, $4.80, of course, it continues to go back and forth in a very high range. It's all double, more than double what it was 2 years ago. And what that means is people that are filling up, they're looking at the bottom line. They're looking at the fact that it's costing them over $150 to fill their car today when it cost them maybe $70 2 years ago, if they can afford to fill it up all the way. We're seeing a trend right now where many families can't even get it to full. They might have to only go halfway because they can't afford the full price. Their credit cards get maxed out before then, because if they're filling up to go to the grocery store, they're also paying double-digit increases for everything they're buying there because of the spending-induced inflation. And so I would suggest, if we want to send a message to Putin, no better way to do it than to cut him off at the knees in his ability to hold leverage over America and Europe by producing more here in America. We produce it in America. Cartels can't control the price. Putin can't control the price. We can meet all of our needs and help our allies around the world so that Putin has no leverage over anybody. The only person giving Putin leverage today is President Biden by allowing all these limitations on American energy production that these bills will remove. These bills will help America get back to energy independence by unleashing all of those different leverages, those different inhibitions, the prohibitions that President Biden's put on our energy. And again, if he was against all fossil fuels, maybe there would be a consistency in policy, but he's only against American fossil fuels. He will travel 5,700 miles to beg Saudi to produce oil that he won't allow our own producers here in America to produce. I think that's what's got Americans irate the most, and I would yield.
Well, thank the gentleman for yielding. I think the gentleman is well aware that the president has certain authorities that he can use, and he's using them. The oil companies have certain responsibilities. And the question is whether or not they are living up to their responsibilities. I know the gentleman is as aware as I am of all the permits out there that are not being utilized. And, of course, we are at the mercy of those corporate decisions, and hopefully they'll be made in due course and in such a way that will bring relief to the American people. I suspect the consideration of all those bills that you are discussing will be taken up by the leader at the time that he considers to be appropriate, and I, along with the gentleman, will continue to consult with him, and hopefully we can address all these issues in the very, let's just say, shortly. With that, I'll yield back.
I appreciate that, and hopefully, as I continue to have these conversations with the leader, maybe you and I could be whipping these bills together, and you'd see an overwhelming result and a quick reduction in the price at the pump that are hurting families. One final question I want to raise to the gentleman, and this came up yesterday as we were having, or 2 days ago as we were having a series of votes on the National Defense Authorization Act. As the gentleman pointed out, next week we will be bringing up some of the appropriations bills, still more to come over the next few weeks. As we have large numbers of amendments on bills like NDAA and appropriations, which is typical for the process, to be able to go back to 2-minute voting where we can do our business not in 4 hours until 11 o'clock at night, but where we can actually be more efficient at processing all of the requests that members have to get a vote on different issues. We have continued to push to end proxy voting. And again, you've seen most of the country already get there. Most of the country is getting back to work. Airplanes, finally, you don't have to wear masks anymore. People are traveling internationally again. People are opening up their offices again to get workers in the office. Congress, frankly, should be leading, not lagging on this. But if we got rid of proxy voting, we could get back next week to 2-minute votes and be much more effective and efficient in doing our jobs here in Congress. Is that something that the majority would consider, especially looking at 6 different appropriations bills, which I'm sure will yield hundreds of amendments that would be debated and voted on this floor? And I'd yield.
Thank you for yielding. As the gentleman knows, proxy voting has been utilized by both sides of the aisle. I admit it can be a very cumbersome process here on the floor, but we all utilize it. And it's done so because it serves a very, very valuable purpose for this institution. We have made great strides in mitigating the harm of the coronavirus pandemic through vaccines and treatments. But as we both know, the disease continues to spread in both our home states. We are hearing numbers that are very, very concerning. And just this week of this session alone, I know of several members who have tested positive for COVID and are therefore isolating. These members can still participate in the process and represent their constituents by using the proxy vote. And of course, having the proxy vote and having 2-minute votes doesn't seem a pretty efficient process to me. We're having a hard time getting it done doing 5 minutes. We just had several 5-minute votes, and I saw on my friend's side of the aisle about 15 people still lined up after the time has expired. So both of us are being disadvantaged, inconvenienced by this process, but I think it's something that we have to do. I don't know how we could be efficient with this operation with 2-minute voting. I suspect I'll pass that along to the leader and hope that he will keep in mind that coronavirus is still here with us. As the gentleman knows, we serve together on the coronavirus select subcommittee, and we are confronted with issues that still concern the American people, and I think that we have to keep all of that in mind as we try to carry out the people's business. I'll yield back.
I appreciate that, and I would share, and if the gentleman wanted to share as well with the majority leader, our side stands ready and strongly encourages the complete elimination of proxy voting. We could absolutely get back to 2-minute voting with that, and it's not a partisan issue. You can look across the aisle in the United States Senate. They've never utilized proxy voting. They continue to do their work. It's, of course, controlled by the Democrats over there. They represent the same states that we represent. They managed to do their business without proxy voting so that everybody has to show up to do their job. This time, no different than any other time in our nation's history. There's some people that get ill. There's some people that have surgeries. There's some people that just have other things, maybe with their family, that take them away. And that's something that we all accommodate, we all recognize as a condition of doing a job that actually requires interaction with other people, but the Senate's managed to do it without proxy voting. We just would urge that the House embrace that same approach. So we'll continue to push for that, allow us to do things like 2-minute voting. But unless the gentleman has anything else, I'm prepared to yield back.
I'll yield back.
Yield back, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Hello. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in celebration of the life of a friend and an outstanding Chicagoan, Vicente Vince Rangel. Vince was an immigrant from Mexico who proudly chose to serve his country during the Vietnam War as a member of the U.S. Army, accumulating a long list of decorations, including a Purple Heart, a Bronze Star Medal, the Vietnam Service Medal, and many more. Vince later served in numerous veterans organizations in Illinois, becoming a leading advocate for enhanced behavioral health services for veterans. His service to our community included his work in support of small business as president of the Mexican American Chamber of Commerce of Illinois and as board member of the U.S. Hispanic Chamber. Vince never forgot his roots, serving as president of the Mexican Civic Society of Illinois, helping to promote Mexican history and culture. My wife, Evelyn, and I send his daughters, Veronica and Jennifer, and his beloved grandchildren, Juan Diego and Victoria, our most sincere condolences.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition? Without objection.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to wish a happy retirement to Kirkley Thomas, the Vice President of Government Affairs for Arkansas Electric Cooperatives Incorporated. In his early career, Kirkley served as a professional staff member in the United States Senate and subsequently worked for the Arkansas Economic Development Commission. Mr. Thomas accepted his leadership post at Arkansas Electric Cooperatives and served for 8.5 years. His service to our state and his contributions to the important progress in building badly needed infrastructure for power and broadband services are deeply appreciated. Our families have benefited by his leadership. Thank you, Kirkley Thomas, for your years of service and a very happy retirement. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, the Supreme Court took unprecedented, deeply disappointing, and an ideologically driven action to overturn Roe v. Wade. This is a targeted attack on Americans' rights to make decisions for their bodies, their lives, and their future. This decision sets a very dangerous precedent for our nation's highest court and is the result of a premeditated agenda from radical conservatives to dismantle access to comprehensive reproductive care. The decision to have an abortion is a deeply personal one that should be made between a patient and their doctor, not by politically motivated judges or politicians. Roe offered Americans protections from the unsolicited belief systems and ideologies of others being imposed on them and their personal health care decisions. I am committed to continuing to work alongside House Democrats and President Biden in the fight for reproductive freedom and reproductive justice and the right to abortion across the United States. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Unanimous request to speak for a minute.
Without objection.
I would like to address the current situation in Ukraine. Obviously, every day people in the Ukraine and Russia are dying, and I am concerned that the current administration has no particular plan, or at least we are not told of any plan or goal as to where we want to wind up. Ukraine has the second lowest birth rate of any country in a country of size in the world. It's lower than all but South Korea. Russia also has a very low birth rate, and at least subjectively, from what I've seen when I tour the southern border of the United States, even before the war, a lot of Russians were leaving Russia. So the combination of immigration and low birth rate means that both of the leaders of these countries' primary goals should be to make sure we get the number of Russians and Ukrainians up, not going the opposite direction. In any event, I do not know. We have not met collectively since March, a briefing for all the legislators as to what the opinions of the Biden administration is. So I'm going to ask the press maybe to ask a few questions to find out whether they are working with anybody to try to reach some sort of end to this war where they don't care if it goes on for another 6 months. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Minnesota seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm hearing from Minnesotans who want their leaders to reach across the aisle and pursue common ground. From fighting inflation to fighting crime, I work to build consensus on our biggest challenges as Vice Chair of the Bipartisan Problem Solvers Caucus, and I'm proud of everything that we've accomplished so far. There's hard work ahead, but Minnesotans know that we are stronger when everyone is at the table. And that's why I created Common Ground workshops and why I'll continue to pursue common sense solutions. I yield back my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to express my support to research activities to prevent child sexual abuse under the CDC's National Center for Injury, Prevention, and Control. Throughout my career, it has been my top priority of mine to protect the most vulnerable populations in our communities, and including children impacted from sexual abuse. For the second year in a row, I was proud to lead a letter to the House Appropriations Committee in support of these research activities. Thank you to all 30 members who joined me in this initiative, as well as the leaders of the Appropriations Committee for the increase in funding. I appreciate the report language that recognizes the severe and often lifelong physical, cognitive, and emotional impact of child sexual abuse and the value of this research to increase the understanding of risk and factors that can improve prevention efforts. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues to ensure that all children can thrive in a safe and healthy environment. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, it is my honor to yield such time as he may consume to the former Chair of Appropriations, gentleman from Kentucky, Congressman Rogers.
Judge Gilbert, thank you so much for very graciously allowing me to speak before your main subject. Madam Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the memory of 3 fallen heroes in eastern Kentucky. Last week, we laid to rest 3 police officers and 1 service canine who were slain in the line of duty after enduring unexpected gunfire in Allen, Kentucky on June 30th, 2022. Among the fallen were William Petrie, a 31-year law enforcement veteran, and the fire chief in Floyd County, Kentucky, Ralph Frazier, a 39-year law enforcement veteran and school resource officer, and Jacob Chaffins, 28-year-old police officer who just started his law enforcement career 3 years ago, and an active sergeant in the Kentucky Army National Guard. Finally, a beloved canine called Drago, a well-trained service dog for the Floyd County Sheriff's Department. Needless to say, the heartbreak and pain that have reverberated across eastern Kentucky at the loss of these brave men who dedicated their lives to serving and protecting our local people. It's been overwhelming. President Theodore Roosevelt, who was a former New York City police commissioner, once said, quote, "No man is worth his salt who is not ready at all times to risk his body, to risk his well-being, to risk his life in a great cause." On Thursday, June 30, 2022, these officers and many other responders risked their lives as they valiantly answered the call to protect the people of the Commonwealth of Kentucky. Their heroic deaths represent a powerful display of the selfless love described in John 15:13. Quote, "Greater love has no man than this, to lay down his life for his friends." Even as we speak, several other first responders are also fighting for their lives, recovering from their injuries from that horrific day. And our prayers are with them and with their families. In a nation where police forces have been vilified in recent years by the actions of a few bad actors, may the lives of these brave men be a reminder of the outstanding integrity and sacrifice that the thin blue line represents. We must continue to support our law enforcement officers across the United States, ensuring they are fully equipped, adequately prepared, and never at the mercy of evildoers. This nation owes a great debt of gratitude for the life and service of Officers Petrie, Frazier, and Chaffins. May their loved ones find abundant peace and confidence in Matthew 5:9. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they will be called children of God. Madam Speaker, I would like to request to recognize a moment of silence in memory of William Petrie, Ralph Frazier, Jacob Chaffins, and K9 Drago. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back. I thank the gentleman for yielding.
Thank you very much. Very fitting and appropriate tribute to such selfless servants. At this time, I would like to yield such time as he may consume to the right honorable gentleman from Arkansas, Congressman French Hill. Thank you. Well done.
Well, let me thank my good friend from East Texas, Judge Gohmert, with whom I've had such a great association over these past several years, and thank him for his leadership in this people's house. Madam Speaker, I rise to honor the life of Vietnam veteran and leader in our Arkansas community, R.D. Kinsey, a great personal friend of mine, taken too suddenly last week. Following Kinsey's honorable discharge from the United States Air Force, he worked to serve his fellow Vietnam-era veterans by working alongside of them and the VA to ensure that those heroes could obtain the VA benefits they had earned during their time in service. Over time, RD's mission expanded, and he worked with local veterans, their families, to ensure that they had the health care and benefits that they rightfully earned. RD dedicated his life to his fellow service heroes. In 2004, RD worked to establish the Michael Van Johnson Jr. American Legion Post 74 in North Little Rock, Arkansas, where he held the commander position for 14 years. Under his leadership, Post 74 became known for their tremendous work in assisting veterans across the state. And let me say personally, no one was more shipshape than Post 74. In 2018, RD became the first African-American state commander in the history of the Department of Arkansas when he assumed the leadership of the American Legion's command for that one-year term. While serving in this capacity, RD led nearly 15,000 Arkansas military veterans and their families in serving God and country. Up until RD's passing, he served in the National Legislative Commission, presenting the National American Legion's agenda to the United States Congress on behalf of our nation's beloved veterans. R.D. dedicated his life to those veterans and to their families. My sincerest condolences go out to his wife of 37 years, Diana, his daughters, Meredith and Allison, and all who were honored to know him and call him a friend. R.D. and his life of service had a profound impact on me, our veterans, our state, and I'm honored to recognize him here today on the floor of the People's House. Madam Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Colonel Nate Todd, who currently serves as the Secretary of the Arkansas Department of Veterans Affairs, on his recent appointment to the University of Arkansas Board of Trustees. Todd's history of service began as a student at Pine Bluff High School, where Nate was a member of the Junior Air Force ROTC unit there. He would go on to graduate from the University of Arkansas with a Bachelor of Science degree in Industrial Technology and a master's degree from Baylor University. Other achievements include a Chief Financial Officer Leadership Certificate from the National Defense University and graduation from the Executive Medical Leadership course at George Washington University. Today, Todd is a 37-year veteran of the Army and Army Reserve, where he served as the Director of Health Financial Policy at the U.S. Army Surgeon General and Chief Financial Officer for Walter Reed Army Medical Center in Washington. Those familiar with Colonel Todd's leadership know of his decades-long devotion to the service of Arkansas and our nation. Most recently, he has served at the appointment of Governor Asa Hutchinson as our state's Veterans Affairs Department head since early 2017. The students, faculty, and broader community of the University of Arkansas system will benefit from the knowledge, experience, and integrity that Colonel Todd brings in this new role. Congratulations, Colonel Nate Todd, and I congratulate you for your continued service to the people of Arkansas. Madam Speaker, today is the 141st day since Putin commenced his illegal, brutal invasion in Ukraine. Vladimir Putin continues to direct his gang of thugs to target Ukrainian civilians. We've seen this play from Tsar Putin before, with the mass murder of 25,000 souls in Grozny to the leveling of biblical Aleppo. To date, the United Nations High Commission has verified nearly 12,000 civilian casualties across Ukraine since February. This number is understated. In the words of Nazar Harvaluk, a 17-year-old from Bucha, they were not able to defeat our army, so they killed ordinary people. Both his uncle and father, innocent civilians, were murdered by Putin's invading army. Russian military strikes continue to target Ukrainian resources, including grain storehouses responsible for feeding over 400 million people worldwide. The World Food Program estimates that 47 million people across the globe are suffering from acute hunger as a direct result of Putin's targeting of Ukrainian stores. Since February, almost 2,300 schools, Madam Speaker, have been damaged or destroyed, and 290 healthcare facilities attacked. No place in Ukraine is safe for civilians. Currently, 12.1 million people in Ukraine are estimated to need health assistance. That's 12 million individuals who are unable to get the help they need, the help they deserve, all due to Putin's invasion. Madam Speaker, leadership, as my friend from Wisconsin just told this House, leadership from the United States is essential, now more than ever. President Biden must step up and ensure that Ukraine has the lethal weapons and supplies to achieve a prompt and decisive victory over the invaders. Only America's president can stand in the breach and lead. That leadership of our transatlantic partners and our critical allies like Japan are essential. Essential in assisting the Europeans in crafting help for the people of Ukraine, including supporting humanitarian and that critical and necessary and essential military support. The United States can support Ukraine directly also by supporting the UN Secretary General's efforts to open the Black Sea. It's essential that safely exporting Ukrainian grain currently trapped is a must-do. The world is waiting for that grain. The world is starving without it. And helping alleviate that hunger crisis requires American leadership. While Putin's puppets are in Istanbul sitting at a table talking about opening the Black Sea, his military is systematically bombing and burning all the fields of wheat across Ukraine. America must also lead in planning for the reconstruction in Ukraine once the invader has been ejected. We must also hold Putin and his cronies accountable for the war crimes that they are committing daily in the Ukraine. The targeting of schools, hospitals, places of worship, and civilians is unacceptable, illegal, and immoral. Russian leaders will be held accountable. And I was pleased to see the National Defense Authorization Bill continued to set that out as a basic tenet of American foreign policy, that we will hold these war criminals accountable. I will continue to voice my support for the brave people in Ukraine fighting against an illegal invasion to protect their homeland, their freedom, their sovereignty. And I urge all my colleagues to join me in working to craft the right way to support those Ukrainians in the distribution of needed resources worldwide, holding the Russian leaders accountable for their crimes. This we must do, and this House must lead. And again, I must close, Madam Speaker, by saying it's American leadership that unites the world that can eject Putin from the Ukraine. I thank my friend from Texas. I'm grateful for the time, and I yield back to it.
And I'm very grateful for the message from my friend from Arkansas. Words of wisdom, greatly appreciated. One of the things we took up this afternoon on a vote here, and if I recall correctly, there were two of us voting no, but I know the people voting for the bill wanted to try to help with the issue of baby formula. But the bill was thrown upon Republicans last night, not exactly the best way to handle legislation with far-reaching effects, and then voted on today. Well, let's look at some of the facts. Here's an article, Global Infant Formula Products Market, Estimations and Forecasts for Production and Consumption. This points out that in 2017, the EU was the biggest supplier of infant formula with 1/3 of global volumes, with China and Southeast Asia in second and third places, respectively. Chinese companies have invested in ingredient and infant formula production capacity in France and in the Netherlands, and have strategic alliances in Denmark and Ireland. So that way, when they produce it, they don't have to say made in China, which causes some people concern, especially when you have stories, as exist, reports where Chinese formula has done great damage, and it's even Here's a story from September of 2008. China, fourth baby dies from tainted formula. So Americans have reason to be concerned when we go buying baby formula that's manufactured by Chinese companies, no matter where it's actually produced. On back to this article, it says China is the second largest infant formula producer, and points out they do export some of their formula. But with this report about opening plants in other countries, it may give the impression and the appearance that these are not like the formulas that were created in China. So there's another line that says a lot of the global growth in infant formula production will come from Chinese companies investing in production capacity outside China. So it's not enough to ask, where was this produced? It is also important to ask who actually produced it, who's behind it. And it's also surprising that we would get that bill late at night before people are expected to vote on it the next day, when here's an article from the BBC in May of 2022, and it indicates that the FDA said sales of infant formula rose 13% in April compared to January before the recall, and some indicators suggested that the out-of-stock rates had been overstated. It says increased sales are a good indicator of formula available to the general population. Now, if you're in a place where you can't find the formula, then it's not much of a comfort that people are finding more in other places in the United States. But here it is, this should have gone through a committee. This should have had an opportunity not just for debate, but for more research. Should be under what we normally try to do, and I say we, leadership from parties try to give 72 hours notice. But this bears looking at. And I understand that the vote, well, it's only going to go till the end of the year. But as Ronald Reagan said, the closest thing to eternal life here on earth is a federal government program. What I've seen in my years in Congress, things that are going to be, it's only going to be a matter of months or just a year, 2 years, 3 years, they're still going on. They're still going on. It happens over and over. I've been told, this is going to sunset, that'll be the end of it. And then we get pressure brought to bear on enough members that those sunsets are reset to further time, years down the road. Look, when it comes to baby formula, American babies should have enough produced of American formula to take care of them, where we have, and obviously the FDA has shown in the last few years that they can be totally incompetent in so many areas. They can have decisions appear to be totally based on money rather than best interests of Americans. The FDA has shown that they don't care about it being your body, your choice. They would rather force you to have injected into your body what they tell you to inject, especially when it makes billions of dollars for pharmaceutical companies that are under emergency use authorization, so the companies have no liability for the death and injuries that they cause. But in the case of baby formula, we find out an article that indicates that already the Abbott facility is at 95% of what it was before the FDA shut them down and created problems in doing that without proper regard. So it seems like this bill was a rush to get done without properly considering what this would mean. And whether it's intentional or not, what we keep seeing here too is bills that pass through this House that end up making profits for Russia, for China, for Iran, for OPEC, for countries that hate us. And as I've said from years ago when I started pointing out, whether it's paying countries that vote against us more than half the time in the UN, or bills quickly pass like this that are going to provide profits to other countries, we don't have to pay people to hate us. They'll do it for free. So shouldn't we use profits strategically and quit helping those that want to destroy America for all time? If you just look at the Ukraine invasion by Russia, the policies, decisions, executive orders, things that have been pushed through by this White House, pushed through Congress by this White House, the Biden administration, Russia has made so much profit because of what this White House has done that they have been able to fund the war and the invasion in Ukraine. On the other hand, we've had the same administration rush in and get Democrat leaders in the House and Senate to pass bills that would, well, we had a $13 billion, a $40 billion. We've had other bills that we got to pass this to help Ukraine. Well, I voted against the last one because there were simply not, I want to help Ukraine. I have a special place in my heart for Ukraine, having been an exchange student to Ukraine back in the 70s. I grew to love so many of the people there. It was a good place. They were good people. Of course, they were corrupted by a Marxist system, as every country that attempts Marxist systems is. But as a farmer in a massive collective farm explained to me when I asked in the best Russian I could muster, when do you work out in the field? Because they were sitting there in the shade in the middle of the morning. And he said in Russian, I make the same number of rubles if I'm out there in the sun as I make in the shade, so I stay in the shade. Well, the Soviet system was able to crush the amount of produce that could be generated in Ukraine. They've done much better without the Marxist Soviet system as far as production. But I would like to be assured by the bills we pass that money is going to be utilized for what's intended. And when you're giving tens of billions of dollars to an administration that just carelessly and callously leaves $85 billion of equipment in the hands of our enemies that killed 3,000 people on 9/11 and would like to kill all Americans they can, then we need to be more careful in what we pass in this chamber, because this administration cannot be trusted. Now, I've never indicated that I believe the administration wanted American soldiers killed in Afghanistan, because I don't believe that. I just believe their incompetence is at such a level, their lack of judgment is at such a level that they made it possible that 13 soldiers could be killed on what should have been a peaceful exit if it had been properly done and we had properly utilized the assistance of our allies, the former Northern Alliance, that fought and originally defeated the Taliban with about 300 special operators from the U.S. There shouldn't have been any Americans that were killed in leaving Afghanistan. But then to leave that much equipment, that just cries out, this administration is incompetent. The leaders in the Pentagon are incompetent. They continue to say climate change is the biggest threat. But let me tell you, there was not a single military service member who was killed in Afghanistan by climate change. Those 13 that were killed wasn't climate change, it was incompetence by this administration. The poor judgment by this administration. That got our people killed, and there will be more Americans killed as our former allies that initially defeated the Taliban by early 2002 told me in multiple visits. And they were saying, for years, they were saying, look, you can't stay here forever. You end up like occupiers. It's not good for you. It's not good for us. But for heaven's sake, don't leave the country so that the Taliban is going to take over and kill off all of us who helped America. You don't do that, because they'll kill us off, and the Taliban will still want to destroy America. But next time they hit you and kill thousands of people, and you want to come take on the Taliban in Afghanistan, we'll all be dead, and everybody that helped you will be dead, and there will be nobody to help you here. So they were trying to warn us not to negotiate with the Taliban. Just defeat the Taliban and leave them in a position in Afghanistan to defeat the Taliban when they tried to rise again. This administration did exactly the opposite. They negotiated with the Taliban. They left them $85 billion of equipment to help kill Americans in the future and our allies in the future. And it sent a message to China and Russia. If you want to invade another country, if you want to take over an area where the U.S. was once the prominent force to be reckoned with, do it now, because the administration in charge in America is too incompetent to do anything about whatever imperialistic moves you want to make. That was the message this administration sent. So we need more safeguards. I think about a predecessor of mine, Charlie Wilson, as some constituents have said over the years. Charlie had a lot of personal issues, problems, but he was always honest about them. But Charlie was on appropriations, and he knew how to leverage appropriations. As the founders knew, they gave us the power of the purse, and yet this chamber doesn't use our leverage to get good governance out of a faulty administration. We just rush to give them sacks and sacks of tens and hundreds of billions of dollars so they can throw it around wherever they want to. I was shocked to see that this administration, for the first time in the history of the United States of America, is promoting atheism and humanism. They're providing grants, as I understand, through the State Department to groups in other countries that will encourage atheism in those countries. They'll provide grants to other groups, but to be providing funds, grants to export atheism, makes it clear that this administration is going to create chaos around the world. As John Adams said, and it can't be said too often, this Constitution was intended for a moral and religious people. It is wholly inadequate for the governance of any other. So unless we're going to get back to teaching moral absolutes, some things are just wrong and some things are right. But if you're not going to teach those moral imperatives that we've had throughout our country, that the Supreme Court said, no, you got to stop with those. 10 Commandments, no, don't be teaching that. Somebody might think it's improper to murder. You don't want to let that be taught in schools or brought up in public areas. Get rid of those. John Adams knew. George Washington knew. He talked about the imperative nature of teaching morality and religion. Atheism is the absence of religion. It's not a religion. And yet this administration, heavily funded by this body, is going around the world saying, yeah, we want to give you money if you're going to spread atheism and humanism, where we teach people to be as selfish as they possibly can be. This country won't continue to go on as an experiment in self-government, because you're going to have to get rid of the Second Amendment. You're going to have to get rid of the right to be protected from unreasonable search and seizure. You're going to have to get rid of the freedom of assembly. You'll have to get rid of freedom of speech. You can't have freedom of religion. So we're going to have to basically get rid of the Constitution. But I would prefer to do what the founders talked about. And sure, there's never been but one perfect human being in all of history. None were perfect. But the amazing thing about the founders is they recognized their imperfection. They even put it in writing because they understood the importance of all people being equal, and that all people were endowed with rights not from mankind, but from God. And when you fail to recognize that, then it's very easy to take away people's rights. Because, who are they? But if you believe what the Bible taught and teaches, created in God's image, and I don't think it was in a physical image, but if created in the Creator's image, then people, every single person, is worthy of being free and worthy of having rights as pronounced in our Bill of Rights and our Constitution. So we're at a very precarious situation in our history. We've had those before. And the founders, like Thomas Jefferson, yeah, he had slaves, but go look at his original copy of the Declaration of Independence. He made clear that slavery was a scourge. It was an abomination. It was a harmful thing. It was a grievance that the founders had against King George III because he should never have allowed slavery to get a foothold at all, and that it was going to help destroy the country. He had slaves, but he recognized this was a problem. Now it got taken out of the final draft, but you had founders that recognized, they knew it was hypocritical to have slaves and talk about how wrong slavery was, but they were trying to put together a government, a country with freedoms that would last. But they understood how precarious that was. And they understood that no government ever lasts forever. So they tried to give us the best instruments they could. But I read that, of course, Jefferson was not there for the Constitutional Convention, but sent a letter after he read it saying that if I could change one thing, I would make it a requirement that any bill had to be on file for a year before it could be voted on. Well, that would have kept us from voting on this bill that rushes in as formula production is getting back to close where it was in January, and we rush in the last minute and say, no, we're going to allow people to buy more Chinese milk wherever they choose to make it. Isn't it interesting? We keep doing things that end up profiting countries that hate us. Well, that brings me to the topic of fuel. It's rather ironic. There's an article we had from the Gateway Pundit. There was a Houston television station doing a story on the wind turbines in Texas, as ERCOT was created to create policies, oversee our energy production in Texas. And we never really had problems with energy production until we got ERCOT. And then, of course, they were putting so much emphasis in green energy that we had a terrible power outage in winter because, they were taking care of spending more and more on windmills and solar, but they didn't follow the advice that said you need to winterize the natural gas connections. And so they weren't winterized, and we had a failure. And in this story, the Texas grid operator ERCOT was forced to take unprecedented emergency measures on Wednesday to avoid rolling blackouts amid a heat wave as wind turbines failed to produce energy due to low winds. Those of us that have lived in Texas all our lives, well, I had 4 years in Fort Benning, Georgia, but otherwise all my life in Texas, and we know that often in the hottest part of the summer, the wind doesn't blow and the turbines won't turn. And we need air conditioning more than ever. And yet, in my district and adjoining areas, they've closed a couple of coal power plants. They had plenty of scrubbers on them to help have clean air. Cleaner production of power than any coal plant in other countries of the world. China's going to add another 100 to the 100 they just opened, and they're not going to be near as clean as we had in East Texas. And now there's a couple of more in my district that are scheduled to be closed. We are creating a situation where people will die because that always happens when we don't have sufficient power, people don't have air conditioning, and the heat gets them. But the article says ERCOT manages electric power to more than 26 million Texas consumers or customers and represents 90% of the state's electric load. On Monday, ERCOT asked customers to voluntarily raise thermostats a degree or two, turn off lights, avoid using ovens, washing machines, or dryers. This is Texas. We create ERCOT, and what happens? They go nuts on green energy, and now we're going to have what Gray Davis used to have, they called grayouts. In Texas, we got plenty of fuel. We've lost our minds. They were better off without ERCOT. Well, here's an article, and actually it's from Tucker Carlson. Good friend, this is from July 12th. And so I'm going to read some of it. He said, voters, it turns out, are not into any of those things, and so nothing that resembles the Green New Deal is going to pass the United States Congress in our lifetimes. I'm hoping not. Provided this remains an actual democracy, which is to say, provided the public has anything to say about how they're governed. That's a non-starter here. It's never going to happen by democratic means, but that doesn't mean it can't happen. It doesn't mean that ideologues can't impose the Green New Deal on weaker countries that are too poor to refuse it. And over the past several years, that's exactly what they've done. So the Green New Deal is actually taking effect around the world. So we don't have to guess what would happen if it took effect here. We can know. That's science. Let's start with Ghana. Ghana, a pretty little country, peaceful place, actually on the west coast of Africa. 3 years ago, Ghana was in great shape. It had one of the fastest growing economies in the world. In fact, it had so much energy over most of the last decade, it was exporting it to its neighbors in West Africa. Now, those energy exports from Ghana peaked in 2014. Why that year? Well, because the next year, the World Bank published this headline on its website. World Bank approves largest ever guarantees for Ghana energy transformation. Oh, when they promise to transform your energy, slow down. But Ghana didn't slow down. They just kept going. The World Bank promised to provide, and we're quoting, quote, technical assistance for energy sector reforms and the drafting of a new renewable energy law, unquote. So in return for all this help, Ghana agreed to limit its carbon emissions. And then they entered the Paris Climate Agreement. Oh, how virtuous. What happened next? This is the part you don't read that much about, but last year Ghana experienced a complete shutdown of its national power supply. No more electricity, no emissions, because we have no electricity. And blackouts have continued since then. Just yesterday, a news source in Ghana reported residents in part of the Ashanti region who have been hit with power cuts are without water as well, because it turns out you need electricity to provide water, also to grow food. Now, this is not a small thing. The Ashanti region has millions of people living in it. They're all now living in the Stone Age. And it's not just the energy grid. That's now compromised in Ghana. International observers say the country is now facing severe food shortages and hunger, starvation within a matter of months. Why is that? It's a fertile country, hardworking people. Now they're running out of fertilizer. Why? Well, because for years, friends in the NGO community pushed Ghana toward less efficient, more expensive organic fertilizers, and the government of Ghana, because it's not rich, caved. Last year, according to Ghana's news service, Ghana agricultural minister urged local farmers to adopt an organic agriculture system to reduce the impact of climate change. What happened then? Well, the good people of Ghana, while they feel good about their fight against climate change, are now starving. And in June last month, police in Ghana used water and tear gas to attack hundreds of demonstrators in Accra, which is the capital of Ghana. It's not just Ghana. The same thing happened in Sri Lanka. In 2016, the World Economic Forum published an article by Columbia professor called Joseph Stiglitz, one of the dumbest people on planet Earth, urging Ghana to transition to high productivity organic farming. Now, what does Stiglitz know about farming? Ever farm? No. But he felt strongly that Sri Lanka should try a new kind of farming, and of course sold it to Sri Lankans as a pathway to prosperity. And again, this is Tucker Carlson. In 2015, the World Economic Forum published an article on its website entitled, and we are quoting, "This is how we will make Sri Lanka rich by 2025." You can search for that article, but it's gone now, along with the government of Sri Lanka. So they had an actual insurrection, not January 6th, not a guy in horns in a bear skin running around on mushrooms making weird noise. No, an actual insurrection where they come to your house, swim in your swimming pool, root through your sock drawer, and make you leave. That's what they did to the people who run Sri Lanka, they being the public. The turning point came in 2021 when the president of Sri Lanka, acting on advice from the World Economic Forum, banned the use and importation of chemical fertilizers. Now, the problem was virtually every farm in Sri Lanka uses those fertilizers to produce food, when it turns out people need every day in order to survive. As a result of that move, food prices in Sri Lanka nearly doubled. Millions more Sri Lankans now live in poverty, which is not a joke, and because the economy has collapsed, Sri Lanka now cannot afford fuel imports. So Sri Lankans are now waiting days for gasoline. Then he has a story there from Sri Lanka. What's so interesting is millions of people are now really suffering. The government just fell in Sri Lanka. Now no one in Sri Lanka is white. They are what our Democratic Party would call people of color, and yet the American intellectuals who pushed that disaster on Sri Lanka, who are responsible for the suffering there, have all escaped culpability. No one is saying a word about it. Meanwhile, a cop in Minneapolis, well, getting away from the topic, the Netherlands, for example, which is a very rich country, the second biggest food exporter in the world, tried to do, for reasons that are not clear but may have to do with Western guilt, the same thing that leaders in Sri Lanka tried to do. They just ordered farmers to virtually cut all of their nitrogen oxide emissions to save the environment. Now, doing that would shutter most farms in the Netherlands and destroy the country's food supply, and once again, that led to riots. So everything that's happened in Sri Lanka and Ghana and the Netherlands is happening at the behest not simply of ideologues, but of some of the largest financial institutions in the world. They want more of this. It's why Ghana has achieved a near-perfect ESG environmental impact score of 97.7. According to the World Economic Research, Sri Lanka has an ESG score of 98.1. The Netherlands, 90.7. So the poorer you get, the more human suffering there is, the higher your ESG score. And that's important because companies will not invest unless you have a high ESG score. Interesting. So these countries have no choice, and that's why South Africa, for example, worked so hard to get an ESG score that now totals 91. Now, that effort began in 2015 when South Africa switched to renewables. Now, how did that work? Well, like everything in South Africa, no one in America really wants to know. It's their favorite country. It's success. What's life like in South Africa for people of all colors? Well, The Guardian, of all places, reported at the time, and we're quoting, solar, biomass, and wind energy systems are popping up all over the country and feeding the clean energy into the strained electrical grid. So the grids have been falling apart since 1994, but no problem. The green energy geniuses are going to save South Africa. How'd that work? 7 years later, the Washington Post reports South Africa regularly experiences rolling blackouts that last 8 hours or more, crippling economic activity, disrupting life in the nation of 60 million people. Ask anybody that lives there. It's falling apart. Doesn't work. Also joined France. France is committed to renewable energy. How's that working? Well, France currently has an ESG score 92.6. Because 10 years ago, France pledged to drive a quarter of all its energy from renewables in 2018. These policies led to riots, and it goes on to talk about how much chaos it created for France. Every place that it's been tried with this green energy, it's fallen apart. Every single one with no exceptions. Albania, Kenya, Argentina, Peru, Ecuador, Panama, Libya, and so on. But it's not just a problem there, it's becoming a problem here. So the United States, our ESG scoring in environmental issues currently stands at 58. But Joe Biden, who buys into every stupid trend, wants to change that. It's very important to get our ESG score up. Look, you see in history, you see around the world, when Marxists want to take over, they take advantage of weaknesses and they exploit them. And what they've seen in America, exploit this green energy deal in the name of saving the world. And yes, there'll be riots, there'll be, and for the morons that say I promote violence, I've never promoted violence. I've promoted using our institutions that were created to peacefully resolve them. And as a historian, it's clear that Dr. King's peaceful methods work best toward bringing about needed change. But as a historian, you have to note, when our institutions don't do their jobs, then you end up with violence. I don't want violence, but that's what happens. It's happening in these countries that have gotten their ESG score up, and people start starving, and they see their families suffering. We can avoid all that, but we've got to stop the insanity. And what does it really come back to? This. I saw it in the Soviet Union as a college student. I'm seeing it happening now when I thought socialism, communism, progressivism, whatever you want to call it, I thought it was dead because it fails every time it's tried. There is a tiny elite ruling class when you have Marxism, socialism, progressivism. Tiny little elite ruling class. And they will have power. They will have electricity. They'll have what they need. They'll have food to eat. You might hear some of them behind closed doors say, let them eat cakes or bugs. Yeah, we're being told, eat bugs, because your countries are going broke because they're trying to get up their ESG scores. Unnecessary. We have people saying, you got to get rid of your car. You can't have a car. That gives you too much freedom. You're a peasant. We want to get back to the Middle Ages, these people say, that want to be part of the elite ruling class. Yeah, let's get back to Middle Age mentality where we have peasants and they walk everywhere and the elite ruling class gets to ride in style. No, we had the greatest, freest, most wonderful country. Sure, it had problems. Every country has problems, but it was the best that's ever been. And now we're destroying it. And we're going back to a time when elitists will fly around in their private jets and everybody else will have to walk. Now let's get back to freedom across the board. And we cannot do it if we do not take notice and usage of the things with which this country has been blessed more than any other. You know, we had another bill to put off limits more uranium. Well, don't worry. You know, when Hillary Clinton was Secretary of State, we sold, I think, about 20% of our uranium available to Russia. And, of course, she made a lot of money for the Clinton Foundation, and Bill Clinton got paid a lot of money, and they were able to get that sale through. Wasn't that great? Well, continuing to put uranium off limits. We should have had rare earth metals that we were able to get from Afghanistan, but this administration's incompetence left that in the hands of China, that has most now of the rare earth minerals. And every week, it seems like, at least every month, we're putting more of our own blessed rare earth minerals of all kinds, put them off limits. Because we're going to drive this country back to the Middle Ages. And people will be eating bugs as they're being encouraged to do around the world. We need to have freedom and not have Congress push us back to the Middle Ages, push us back to the age of elitism, or like it was in the Soviet Union. Yeah, we were told before the 8 of us went over there, only the elite have cars in the Soviet Union. And to them, it's a game. Don't think for a minute pedestrians have the right of way, because they look at them as peasants and they try to hit them. And boy, did I see that. I couldn't believe it. So you had to be careful, because somebody's in a car, they're going to try to hit you. They did a number of times. That's where we're going back to. We're going to have Marxist peasants and Marxist elitists if we don't stop the insanity. And it needs to stop now. And I appreciate what Tucker Carlson put together that we could share here. That, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4, 2021, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I thank you. I rise today to honor the brave men and women of Highland Park. Independence Day in Highland Park, like it is in so many other places around our country, is a special day. It's a day where families gather, whether it be at a barbecue or a park or whatever it might be, celebrating the birth of our country, the ideals of who we are as a nation, and all that we aspire to be. The Highland Park Parade is a very, very important centerpiece of our community. Prior to COVID, families would gather, putting their chairs out sometimes the day or even 2 days before, planning exactly where they would sit to have the best view, knowing that their kids or maybe grandkids, their classmates, members of their church or synagogue, their service organization, were going to be marching in the parade, and they'd want to be able to look and wave, say hello. This year was different, though. This year was the first parade since 2019, because in 2020 and 2021, the parade was canceled due to COVID. There was a special excitement. There was a special feeling in anticipation of the parade this year. Finally, we were back together as a community. Highland Park is a special community, a city of roughly 30,000 people, but with a small town feel. Neighbors look after each other. People know each other. The restaurants in the community are frequented by the locals. Everyone has their favorite. And it's like you're seeing old friends every time you go in. This year, the parade was going to be special. 10 o'clock, time the parade starts every year, the excitement swells. Groups start walking along the path, up St. John Street, up the hill to Central, where everyone takes a left turn. They walk across the train tracks, proceed past First Street, then Second, all the way through the downtown to Green Bay, and then down the hill towards the post office, reaching Sunset, turning into Sunset Park at the end of the parade. The parade started on time at 10 o'clock. The first groups walked up the hill and made that left turn. People were cheering, celebrating, smiling. The first groups
made the left turn, crossed first, crossed second, group pass, third, fourth. At 10:14, everything changed. What initially started or sounded like firecrackers, and sure, why not? It's the 4th of July. People quickly realized it was a different sound altogether. Those who were right there at the corner of 2nd and Central looked and saw that people were falling, people were bleeding. At 10:14 a.m. on July 4th, 2022, the Independence Day parade was shattered when a monster with a high-powered military-style assault weapon, having climbed a roof, dressed as a woman to hide himself as he would leave, leaned over the edge and fired 83 shots in a minute. 83 shots, striking the parade goers below, killing 7, wounding dozens, and changing a community forever. I rise today to honor my community. I rise today to talk about those who were murdered, talk about the survivors, to share their stories. It's important to share their stories. It's important that these stories are told and are heard. Let me begin by talking about the 7 wonderful people, precious lives that we lost. Stephen Strauss, Catherine Goldstein, Nicholas Toledo Zaragoza, Jackie Sunheim, Edward Uvaldo, Irina, and Kevin McCarthy. Stephen Strauss was an 88-year-old longtime resident of Highland Park. He still commuted by train to work in downtown Chicago to his office 5 days a week, working as a financial advisor. His niece described him as a big, big oak tree, an umbrella of well-being for us all. Stephen is survived by his wife, Linda, with whom he'd been married for almost 60 years, 60 wonderful years. He leaves his brother, his 2 sons, his 4 grandchildren. On that tragic day, Stephen's son was in San Francisco. He had called to wish him a happy 4th of July, but Stephen didn't answer the phone. Of course, as the news from Highland Park started coming out, his son soon realized that his father would not be calling him back. Catherine Goldstein was the best mom in the world to her daughters. Neighbors described her as a welcoming and lovely person, bringing them baked goods during the holidays. On July 4th, Catherine and one of her 2 daughters decided to leave the house and have fun because Catherine had been mourning the recent passing of her mother. As the bullets started raining down, her daughter turned and said, "Run," but Catherine fell to the ground. Her daughter Cassie shared this on the news in an interview. She turned to her mother, saw that her mother was gone. She knelt down beside her mother and said goodbye. "But Mom, I have to keep running as the bullets continue to fly." Nicholas Toledo Zaragoza was a 76-year-old retiree from Morelos, Mexico. He spent many years in the Chicagoland area. He had returned to the United States to spend time with his family before fulfilling his desire to rest in his beloved homeland of Morelos. Nicholas was a loving father to 8 children and 25 grandchildren. On the day of the parade, Nicholas was smiling in his wheelchair as horses marched down the street. When his family began to live a nightmare with sounds of gunshot, and Nicholas was suddenly struck and killed. Members of his family were also wounded. Now, Nicholas's family looks to him as a guardian angel, as they were together to hold their family united in their grief. Jackie Sundheim was 63 years old. She loved to rescue dogs and was a lifelong employee and member and centerpiece of North Shore Congregation Israel. Her kindness and work touched everyone in her congregation and even those beyond. She was the events coordinator. She worked with everyone in the congregation who celebrated bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, events that were celebrations to bring family together. But she also worked with the caterers and the florists, many of whom came to her funeral. Jackie never lacked a smile or a hug for anybody. In fact, she was there for everybody. She's survived by her husband, her daughter, and an entire community devastated at the loss of such a caring person. Eduardo Uvaldo is survived by his wife, Maria, 4 daughters, 12 grandchildren, and 6 great-grandchildren. Actually, I think he has 13 grandchildren. He was born in Mexico and was loved as a jovial bowling champion. I talked to his kids about his love for bowling. Eduardo happily attended the parade with his children and grandchildren. Later that day, after the shooting, his daughters were pleading with the entire community on social media to join them in prayer as Eduardo fought valiantly to survive. The family prayed with them. Eduardo was incredibly affectionate with everyone in his family, but especially his grandchildren. He loved seeing and spending time on these special occasions and would take a photo with his grandson every year. On that Monday, that fateful Monday, his daughter couldn't take a photo, and now she believes that God did not want her to have a reminder of that day. Irina and Kevin McCarthy met while working together. They married about 5 years ago and moved to Highland Park in 2018. The couple had a 2-year-old son named Aiden, whom Irina and her husband, Kevin, were obsessed with. On July 4th, they joined together. They went to the parade. They were right at the corner. When the gunshots started, Kevin and Irina did what all parents do. They covered Aiden's body to protect him. And in defending their son, they sacrificed themselves. Aiden was found wandering the area, covered in blood after the gunfire. The Ring family took Aiden to their home. He played with their 2-year-old daughter after they cleaned him up and watched TV with the Ring grandfather. Eventually, Aiden was reunited with his grandfather, of course, because Aiden now was an orphan. His parents had been murdered. When Aiden's grandfather picked him up, Aiden had a single question. Are Mommy and Daddy coming soon? Irina was 35 years old. Kevin was 37. They were deprived of the most precious thing, being parents to their child, being able to raise him, to celebrate his birthdays, his adulthood, weddings, and maybe children of his own. Community is united behind Aiden. The community struggles to fathom, how is this possible? Aiden will now grow up having only the memory of his parents, not the hugs and not the love that he deserves. Aiden's not the only innocent child whose life has been changed. Many have been injured and wounded. Among them, most grievously, is Cooper Roberts, a vibrant, beautiful 8-year-old boy who, as I speak, is fighting for his life in the hospital. Cooper was at the parade with his family. His twin brother, his parents, his mother was also shot. His brother was wounded. When his mother learned after her surgery that Cooper's spinal cord had been severed, she demanded to be immediately released from the hospital so she could be by his side, as every mother would do. Cooper's injuries, besides the severed spinal cord, continue. He's had a torn esophagus, infections, and a collapsed lung. Already, Cooper has had 7 surgeries and been kept sedated because of the pain. During a brief moment of consciousness, Cooper asked to see his twin brother and his dog. The family continues to keep the community updated, and I and our entire community are praying for Cooper's recovery. Cooper's life and the lives of many others have been saved because of the work of emergency medics, police, firefighters, nurses, and doctors who have gone to extraordinary lengths to meet the needs of our community. I'd like to take some time to reflect and celebrate some of those heroes. I mentioned the parade had just started. Many groups had gone by. Groups that had just crossed over 2nd Street were the firefighters. On the truck, celebrating because in Highland Park, I mentioned, we are, like everywhere around the country, a small town where it's home for so many people. The fire truck, it wasn't just the firefighters on the truck, it was their families, their wives, and their kids, because they're all a part of our community. As the shots rang out, firefighters realized what was going on. Concerned for their kids, they rushed the truck ahead to keep their kids safe. But those firefighters, without a hesitation of a second, and ran back to the corner, into the fire, to make sure that everyone was safe. The Highland Park Fire Department transported 24 patients and administered CPR to man on his own tied 15 tourniquets that day. One man, 15 tourniquets. It's more than just the firefighters. I'll come back to the police in a second. These are trained professionals. They behaved the way they were trained, and they were extraordinary. But there are also many people who may have been medically trained, but not for a situation like this. They responded as true American heroes do. Bobby Shapiro is a tech salesman. In fact, he has no medical training. But suddenly, he responded and began doing whatever he could to help. He found an elderly man with a gunshot wound to his thigh and abdomen. Bobby and another bystander gave the man chest compressions. They applied pressure to his wounds as Dr. Wendy Rush, an anesthesiologist at the parade, helped the man to breathe. After 30 minutes, Bobby boarded an ambulance with the elderly man and stayed by his side all the way to the hospital. The man Bobby stood by was Stephen Strauss, one of the 7 victims that day. Bobby wasn't alone, though. Commander Jerry Cameron also attended to Stephen Strauss. He made sure, Police Commander Jerry Cameron, and he made sure that Stephen Strauss wouldn't be alone. Because as I said, Highland Park is a community that many of us call home, and we treat each other as if they're family. David Baum, Dr. David Baum, a fixture of Highland Park, who's been there so long, I shouldn't say so long, but Dr. Baum delivered my 2 sons, my wife and our 2 sons, nearly 30 years ago, our oldest son, and less than 2 years later, our younger son. I've seen Dr. Baum under pressure. I've seen Dr. Baum perform with care and compassion. Dr. Baum, after the shooting, after sheltering initially behind a bench with David Salek, rushed to treat bodies he could only describe as having wartime injuries. He didn't know where the shooter was. He didn't know that the shooting had finished. In fact, he didn't know that the shooter wouldn't be caught for 8 hours, but he knew he had to help, and that's what he did. Lake County Sheriff John Eidelberg was waiting to start the parade. I walk in many parades with John. I know him as a wonderful person. My group was in the same location, and as soon as the firing started, the people who were waiting all immediately cleared out of the area. not John Eidelberg. John Eidelberg, as he stepped onto the parade route, saw a group of people running towards him the wrong direction, shouting, "Shots fired, shots fired." Instinctively, as the Marine and longtime law enforcement officer that he is, he ran the other direction, towards the gunshots, unarmed. Sheriff Eidelberg remembers seeing a lot of blood on the sidewalks and street when they arrived at the corner of Central and 2nd. He immediately, with the assistance of another officer, ordered all available resources to the scene. As he watched victims being attended, he noticed a woman on her stomach with blood coming from her back. Sheriff Eidelberg immediately began to apply pressure to her wound with gauze that was provided by an emergency worker. As he applied the pressure, the sheriff comforted the woman. "I'm here for you," he said. "I'm not going anywhere," he told her. He stayed with that woman for 30 minutes as they waited for an ambulance, while her husband coordinated the care of her daughter they had brought along. These are the stories of my community, of my friends. I mentioned the police and fire departments. I mentioned that the fire department transported 24 patients and administered CPR, applied tourniquets. The police, who were also a part of the parade, were there in a blink of an eye, without hesitation. Relying on their training and instinct, they immediately responded to the needs of our community. An incredible story is Highland Park officer Ginger Stokes. Officer Stokes had been with the police department since 1997, working the Juvenile Investigation Unit, the Patrol Division, the Crisis Intervention Team. During the attack, Officer Stokes had in her car, in addition to her vest she wears every day that would not stop a rifle round, she grabbed her rifle-rated vest, a second vest. As she saw the injured, she saw one in particular, an injured woman, she took off that rifle-rated vest and put it over the woman. Then, despite not having that protective vest, she ran back into the line of fire. Officer Stokes' astounding heroism, Commander Jerry Cameron's astounding heroism, in fact, the heroism of all the first responders, police and fire in Highland Park, is nothing short of amazing. And there are no words I or a community can fully express to convey the appreciation and gratitude we have for them. Without the immense work taken on by first responders that day, I fear that the tragedy could have been far, far worse. First responders and the civilians who went to help. I thank and praise all of these people. I'm grateful for them, and I pray for their well-being. I ask you to keep them in your prayers as well. Our community is in pain as we think about the loss we've experienced, the members of our community who are gone. Our first responders share that grief with us. And the pace of their work doesn't slow down. In fact, for an entire week, the blocks around the shooting were cordoned off as a crime scene. Police were searching the area, collecting evidence. Other police officers were making sure that it stayed secure, protecting the area. If you looked at the police cars, or the names on the police cars, it didn't say Highland Park. It said Glencoe, Deerfield, Niles, Morton Grove, Prospect Heights, so many more. Because first responders from the entire area around Highland Park came to help us. It wasn't just in the days after keeping the area safe and secure, it was at the immediate time of the event. First responders from around our community, as well as the state police and federal agencies, FBI, ATF, all descended immediately onto Highland Park. I had the chance later in the day to see the command center where they were focused. With incredible professionalism, incredible focus, and amazingly swift action, they identified the shooter. located the shooter, and apprehended him. If not for all these people, their work, their diligence, their professionalism, their excellence, I don't know that the shooter would be captured today. Following the shooting, the community has united in an extraordinary way. Others have come to help. This is my community. These were my neighbors. All of the people at the parade who experienced this shooting, who will be forever affected by this shooting, are the people I live with and I see every day. I know their grief, their struggle, their anger. I'm so grateful for all of the people from areas around who have come to support us. One example is at the high school. They set up a response center to provide counseling services for anybody who might need it. 800, I believe it's 800 counselors have come already to the high school to talk to residents, anyone who stops by. Already, in just a matter of 10 days, more than 3,000 people have received comfort and counsel trying to get through a very difficult time. There's other stories. After the shooting, as the police gathered and first responders, a food truck started serving meals to the responders for free. Soon, customers made donations to cover the cost of those meals. A generous family called the owners of the food truck and said they would pay for every meal provided to first responders on Friday. Highland Park is strong. In no small part because of the care, love, and compassion expressed by our friends and neighbors. We'll lean on each other. We'll lift each other up. We couldn't do it without the love that came into our community. But as Rabbi Wendy Geffen said at the funeral for Jackie Sondheim, we shouldn't have to be here. We shouldn't have to be here. No one should be able to get a weapon of war, a gun designed for one purpose, to kill human beings with extreme efficiency, ultimate devastation, to kill others as quickly and rapidly as possible. I hope that no one ever has to come back to this podium and share stories of a mass shooting in their community like I have today, like what we saw in Uvalde or in Buffalo. That's why I've called for a ban on assault weapons. But gun violence is a scourge in our country that takes many forms. Every day, 111 people die from gun violence. Whether from shootings in the street, gang violence, domestic violence. 2/3 of the deaths by gun violence in this country are suicides. There are far too many accidental shootings of guns left carelessly on a coffee table or some other accident that would be so easy to avoid. I hope my colleagues will work to try to reduce the gun violence we have in this country, unlike anything in any other country in the world. But today I stand to honor the memories and lives of the loved ones we lost, people who truly were the center of the universe for their families and pillars of strength in their community. to honor people like Bobby Shapiro, Sheriff Eidelberg, Officer Stokes, Commander Cameron, and moving to hear the stories of so many others. I want to express my sincerest thanks to all those who played a role in saving lives on July 4th, but also thanks to the many people who have spoken up and shared their stories. People at the vigils in churches and synagogues in Highland Park, at Sunset Park. On Wednesday night, the people who here in this very body at the same time at City Hall in Highland Park. The people who came to Washington with March 4th, a group that on Wednesday rallied for changes in our gun laws to make a difference in lives and fight to make sure no other community experiences what we have in Highland Park, in Uvalde, Buffalo, El Paso, Las Vegas, Pittsburgh, Orlando, Denver. The list just goes on and on. We can't wait any longer to take meaningful action on this violence. Our grandkids can't afford to wait. Our kids shouldn't be made to wait. Our entire country deserves better. Madam Speaker, I close by saying this. The last 11 days have been incredibly painful for my community. Highland Park will recover. We've experienced something that no other community should ever experience, and too many communities suffer from each and every day. It breaks my heart to realize that in all likelihood, I will not be the last member of Congress giving this speech. It's possible that, in fact, this may not be the last time I have to give a speech like this. Enough is enough. I hope the members of this body will find the courage to take action and save lives. Weapons of war designed to kill and devastate off our streets. And let's always honor the memory of those who should be with us here today, but were murdered in the primes of their lives. May their memories of all lost to gun. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 4th, 2021, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. I'm going to yield to my friend from Florida, the Sheriff, as much time as he may consume.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, this week's Consumer Price Index report indicates that we just reached a 40-year high in June. This kind of inflation is a tax on every American and a threat to our middle-class families. As a result of Democrats' reckless trillion-dollar inflationary spending, hardworking Americans are taking a pay cut, and failed relief plans have caused unprecedented financial challenges to the U.S. economy, hitting the American taxpayer the hardest. Some of my friends on the other side of the aisle blame the inflation on the war in Ukraine, but Americans have faced sharp rising inflation long before Russia invaded Ukraine. Now additional price increases across the board continue to eat away at paychecks of this nation's workforce, making it even harder to achieve the American dream for millions of Americans. I'm sure many of my colleagues can relate when I say I have conversations back home with folks who are struggling to afford everyday essentials, including baby formula and fuel, that continue to be in short supply. President Biden and Democrats' lack of concrete solutions are falling short. The President's first action upon taking office was to end construction of the Keystone XL pipeline and issue a moratorium on new oil and gas permits on federal lands. And his most recent efforts to cut or court oil deals with our hostile counterparts in Saudi Arabia are futile. In fact, it was embarrassing today. Increasing America's energy independence is the best way to alleviate the pressure Americans feel at the gas pump. This means producing more American energy, not less. Restoring American energy production here at home will make our country more prosperous and secure while lowering the price at the gas pump. I recently co-sponsored the American Energy Independence from Russia Act, which would reopen the Keystone XL pipeline, increase our natural gas production and exports, encourage energy and mineral development on foreign lands, and prevent needless regulation on domestic oil and gas production. However, those across the aisle have consistently blocked this legislation for a total of 7 times. 7 times. This war on affordable energy production is the main culprit for both the high gas prices and skyrocketing food prices. Given the current economic climate, it is critical that Congress thoroughly consider how legislation will contribute to future inflation. For this reason, I co-sponsored the Informed Lawmaking to Combat Inflation Act. This would require the Congressional Budget Office to provide an inflation estimate for major pieces of legislation so that members of Congress can be best informed about how these spending bills will impact inflation. I also supported the implementation of the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, which lowered tax rates for all Americans and simplified our tax code. We must continue efforts to lower taxes, not raise taxes, especially at a time like this. We should take this opportunity to make the Tax Cut Jobs Act tax cuts permanent. The president's inflation crisis is already costing the American U.S. household $6,000 as they encounter skyrocketing cost of goods. The American people deserve common sense solutions that will help ease the economic burden. Future generations of Americans depend on the financial decisions made today. I will keep fighting for real relief for hardworking Americans, and I'm focused on legislation that supports the middle class and allows hardworking Floridians and others to keep more of their paychecks, allowing families to better save for college, invest in their retirement, and spend more time with their loved ones. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
And thank you to my friend from Florida. Madam Speaker, we're going to try to do the rapid boards and try to show some data of what's going on out there. And what I'm going to do is going to be a little harsh, but I need to beg the majority to think about the information, the data we're going to show, and just prove, please, you got to stop what you're doing. You're hurting people. And the cascade may be already built in. We may now have years of really ugly, really bad, hurtful, cruel to the economy. Now look, part of my premise is that good policy is not only good for the United States, for the world, it's good for growth. Income inequality after the 2017 tax reform. You know, the Democrats came to these mics and, oh, the world's coming to an end, there's going to be a recession, none of it was true. And they knew it wasn't true. Even their own economists said it wasn't true. You had some of the greatest growth in U.S. history, some of the fastest closing of income inequality. The poor got dramatically less poor, but you also saw GDP around the world got better. And look, when I'm holding articles like this about how many may die this coming fall because of food shortages, that's not the Democrats. But the Democrats' inaction is their fault. They run this place. They run the House, they run the Senate, they run the White House. And instead, the White House, along with the Democrats here, decide, hey, let's burn some more ethanol by taking our food, our grain supply, and instead of doing the rotation and saying we need to stop this, grow soybeans, the things to get prepared. They were so worried about their next election. The idiocy of this place is they were willing to sacrifice people around the world. The cruelty that continues policy. So let's actually sort of walk through what Democrats are doing to Americans. You know, when I'm holding boards with quotes from Jason Furman, the decline in real average hourly earnings at this point is terrible. The fastest pace of decline in 40 years. What is Jason Furman saying? He's basically saying people are getting poorer every single day. The Democrats have owned this place now for what, 16 months? Months functionally of people being poor every single day. But what does that mean? You have Republican after Republican. You notice the Democrats almost never want to talk about what they've set off. And we bring boards like this and we say, hey, do you realize your eggs are 33% more expensive? Non-durable goods, if you take the whole category, there was a number this a couple days ago, the inflation number, that was almost in the 30s on non-durable. But much more grand in understanding what inflation. Inflation is a lot more than you're paying 21% more for your butter. I need you to understand what inflation means to you, your rival. And the cruelty of this place not giving a damn. This place being us saying, oh, we're going to pretend it's the Fed's fault. Oh, it's Russia's fault. And this place isn't going to do anything. We're going to let the Federal Reserve jack up interest rates to the point where they put lots of people out of work, have that misery, and somehow Democrats think they're not going to be held responsible for what they've done. So I was trying to come up with a way to help someone understand what inflation really means to your life. Well, this is a snapshot of the Democrats' congressional calendar. I represent the Scottsdale-Phoenix area, highest inflation in the continental United States. If you are a worker in my area and you haven't had a pay raise, but you still actually do things like eat, drive, live in shelter, do you understand how many days you're now working for free? You need to think this through. You work so many days, but take a look down here. You functionally have lost almost 2 months of labor just for the inflation from the last 16 months. You think about that. If I came to you right now and said, hey, guess what? You're going to lose 41 days of your labor. You're going to work for the government. Actually, you're just going to work for the government for free, because what's the great scam? Where did this money actually go? I need you to conceptualize the value of your time that's been stripped from you. It didn't just disappear. That value functionally went, it lowered the value. You've actually sort of transferred a bunch of your wealth to U.S. sovereign debt. So it's a little ethereal to process, but that's functionally what happened. So the trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of debt, this place is piled up. The Democrats found a way to tax you. They basically set off inflation. They took away a couple months of your labor, and then functionally transferred it that will pay back this trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars of debt, but we'll pay it back with dollars that are worth less. You see the picture. Maybe that's the real reason the left here isn't on fire trying to save people from this misery. And it's dead serious. You can do the June 21st or since December. If you do December, particularly for my Phoenix area, and I'm the highest inflation in the continental United States, for the entire country, apparently urban Alaska, whoever knew that was a subcategory economic zone, is slightly higher than us. But if you go back to since December 2020, You've lost 1.9 months of your labor. And the reason I'm trying to chart it this way is, people go, oh, it's all, eggs are only 20% more. How many eggs are you going to eat? I need you to think about this of how many days you're working not to feed your family anymore, not to pay your mortgage or your rent. You're basically giving it away. It's been ripped. It's been stripped away from you. And you start to think about that. If you go since June 21st, you've lost 40 days of work. Has been stripped away from you. The value, you work for 40 days for free now. If you go back to December 2020, you now work for 57 days. If you live in the Phoenix area, our inflation has been so high, you work for 57 days for free. This is what Democrat policies did to you. Tell me this isn't cruel. Do you understand what this does to the working poor? We get this great speechifying here, how the virtue signaling is great, but somehow Democrats get judged on pretty words and we get judged on what we accomplish. Look at what we accomplished after reforming the tax code. Look what we did economically for the working poor when we fixed the regulatory code. Look at the misery. Look at the misery you've set off. And how many presentations here, how many pieces of legislation have come to this floor? And those of us in the Ways and Means Committee, Republicans, we keep offering ideas and saying, we'll do this in partnership with you. There are things we can do legislatively to help take on inflation. We could no more get one of our amendments heard around here because it's not being controlled out of Nancy Pelosi's office. And if you start taking a look at what inflation's done to my community, and I know this chart is noisy and there's lots of movements on it, but you start looking at the median price of home, and remember, when we talk about housing, you get knifed in two different directions. The price of the house goes way up, but the value of your savings that you've been saving up to buy that house goes down. So you get it on both sides of the seesaw. And you wonder why housing insecurity is just skyrocketing in this country. Once again, great speeches. Maybe we'll throw a bunch more government money at it, but it's their policies that have made people's lives miserable. And this chart, you see that line that just collapses? That's the value of your hourly earnings. You may be being paid more. Great, hey, I got a 5% pay raise. But in the Phoenix area, CPI-U went up, 13.1? Traditional CPI went up 12.1. Great, you got a 5% pay cut, you're how many points? Where's the rest of the other 7 points? You functionally are 7% poorer every day. And these are more than just charts. These are people. These are people just trying to find a way to air condition their house, pay for the gas to get to work, to feed them family. I understand I often come behind this microphone and hold my boards up and sound like an accountant on steroids. But these are people. And your country is poor, substantially poor today. All the progress we made after the 2017 reforms on the tax code, which created the miracle of economic growth and closing income inequality, and the poor got less poor, they succeeded in stripping it all away. It's all gone. The thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars of increased purchasing power for the working middle class, it's all gone. The left's policies are basically arsonists to this country's prosperity. And yet the brilliant policies of what they did a year ago, when they pushed out another $1.9 trillion and required no work, asked for no work, asked for no job training. They just gave away money. And now we can't figure out why we can't get the population back into the labor force. How do you think we are going to get productivity back? How do you think we're ever going to get inflation back under control? If inflation is too many dollars chasing too few goods and services, guess what? You can do two things. You can have the Federal Reserve jack up interest rates and crash the economy. And that seems to be the Democrat playbook, is just put people out of work. Let's just push up misery. Or we could get together in this place and find ways to help people. Make our society, make business more productive. Help people have an incentive to take some of that cash, instead of going buy a new television, put it aside in their future retirement. There are things we could do. And the policies that would get our brothers and sisters back into the labor force is absolutely key. Do you think as Republicans we could ever get a Democrat to let us have a simple amendment? Even though some of the ideas were ones we agreed upon a year ago. It was a Republican-Democrat idea, but today, oh God, we can't let the Republicans actually have something that might be good for society and actually may help knock down inflation, because it encourages people back into the labor force, and therefore we could pump up productivity, and therefore we have more goods and services to chew up the massive currency that the Democrats handed out from this place. And when I talk about the misery is not a snapshot, if I get one more idiot, and I'm sorry, that's mean, and I probably broke decorum there, but if I get one more person who didn't show up at their basic economics class, come behind these microphones and say, well, it's transitory. No, it's not. You got to understand what's going on right now is these inflation numbers are becoming structural, meaning this misery is built into the next decade of your life. And when you see a chart like this, when you start to understand the CPI and then the medical expenses. So you may be over here, and then you come along, hit 2022, and you start to understand, how are you going to afford your health care in the future? Is the Democrat goal is we'll just subsidize it more? I'm going to show you a slide that the Democrats' approach is saying, let's just give away more money. We'll cover up our sins by giving away more money. Well, it turns out we have now some great studies that say as they pile up the debt, it also makes your life miserable and slows down your economic growth and slows down prosperity in the society. And this is one we just came across, and it's a GAO study. You got to understand what the left's policies are doing. We need to create a whole new misery index. 40 years ago, when Ronald Reagan was running against Jimmy Carter and they had high inflation, high unemployment, he created this misery index. And it was just a way for people to understand the brutality the left's policy was doing to people's lives. Maybe we need to create a new one, because this is a really weird cycle. High employment, we have a demographic bubble that goes against us. We're getting old very fast as a society. We've incentivized, we finance people not to participate in the labor force. And we've handed out lots of free money that had no attachment to labor. And then you start to find out that GAO's own study basically was looking at homelessness. Just a couple weeks ago, we had a number of the Democrats there giving beautiful speeches about how much they care about homelessness. I have zip codes in my community where homelessness has doubled in the last year. Real problems. There are some real problems in part of Phoenix. What happens if I come to you and say a $100 increase in median rents was associated with a 9% increase in the estimated homelessness rate? So what they're basically saying, and this is a GAO study saying, as rents go up, particularly in those sort of C apartments or those basic living places, as those rents go up, for every $100, Their study was finding another 9% increase in people displaced from housing. Once again, the Democrat solution will be, well, let's subsidize them. Let's give out some more money. Let's not actually do the things necessary to flatten out so we have economic stability in our society. The homelessness, let alone what's going on in the border in my state and the fentanyl in my neighborhoods, also turns out our instinct was right. We found the study that the inflation the left has set off is now making people displaced from their housing. They're living in alleys in my neighborhoods. And you start to look at the other misery index that they've brought to my community. The fentanyl. You got to understand the amount of fentanyl that's pouring across my border. And look, I've already done presentations on this. It's partially anecdotal because I don't think there's actually a public exchange. But when I have Phoenix police sergeants telling me that it's down to like $12 to get high for the day on fentanyl, where a year ago it was over $100, does that tell you there's something really wrong in the border? Madam Speaker Pro Tem, may I ask for the time?
The gentleman has 6.5 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. And then you start to understand the other policies we are going to pay for decades. Look, don't laugh. You know, I have a little girl that's about to turn 7. Out of nowhere, my wife and I, we now have a little boy that's functionally 18 days old. But one of the greatest gifts God's ever given us. But I look at my little girl, and I look at these other children that are first graders, second graders, and we're seeing some terrifying data on what the left's policy of locking down schools, and you're going to do it through a computer screen. Are we prepared for the data we're already seeing on what's happening on standardized math scores around the country? You do realize this is, once again, like inflation. It's a cascade effect that we'll live with through the next decade unless we sort of step in and fix this. This is a derivative of Democrat policies when you start to see standardized math test scores suffering all across the country, particularly in those states and communities that engaged in the almost excessive lockdowns for theater. It was virtue signaling. The math never said it. And this is a fascinating one. Growing debt would result in a per-person income being lowered, functionally $9,000 lower, or a 10% reduction. What this study was trying to do is trying to understand, as the left basically says, well, our solution is we're going to send someone money. What does it functionally do to future prosperity? When you start to actually see what this does in future purchasing power for your income. Now, it's a complicated formula. Part of it basically says, hey, you don't have as much capital revolving in the economy, so you don't have as much investment in productivity, so the society doesn't get healthier, wealthier, better, faster, because all that cash is functionally financing U.S. sovereign debt. But are you prepared? Because this is what brought you. As the debt skyrockets, you get to live about 10% poorer. Now stack that on the fact that you've lost a couple months of your labor. Tell me I'm not wrong to be angry of the cruelty and the complete avoidance of the misery this place is creating across the country. And then you start to look at where our future is. Remember, eventually the math wins. The pretty words here may get you reelected, but the math will always win. This is where we're at, and you start to look at what's going on. The interest, because of the piling up of debt, Social Security, Medicare, interests are now functionally crossing, or in the next few years, cross all defense spending, all Medicaid spending. So you understand, this is Social Security, this is Medicare, this is interest. The number of my friends on the left who say, well, if we would cut defense, the green line is defense. I know you may care more about this coming election, but we got to stop the misery. And just minutes ago, the Atlanta Fed's GDP calculator just announced that the second quarter looks like it wasn't 1.2% negative, it's 1.5% negative. Remember your high school economic class? Even though it's not technically correct, congratulations, you brought us 2 months of negative GDP. Please, to the majority, stop hurting people. And let some of us who, I'll give you the ideas, put your own name on them. We're better than this. It can't be all about the next election. If we don't stop this, we are about to give a decade of misery because of crappy decisions made in the last 16 months. And that's just not fair. It's just not fair. And with that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Pursuant to Section 11B of the House Resolution 188, the House stands adjourned until noon on Monday next for morning hour debate and 2 p.m. for legislative business.